Good evening, everyone. This meeting of the Coventry Town Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Roll call, Ms. Ludwig?
Here.
Mrs. Lima?
Here.
Mrs. Shockley?
Here.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Here.
Mrs. Dixon here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Shockley, please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
In case of an evacuation, go out the back door, go to your left or to your right.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn into executive session at 6:01 p.m. for the following: closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A12, specifically for the council to discuss candidates for the following board openings: Friends of Human Services, Conservation Commission, and Historic Preservation Commission. I would like to report to the public and to the council that the candidate for the Friends of Human Services is not available tonight for an interview. So may I have a motion to adjourn into executive session?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We're now going to go into an executive session. We expect to be back probably by around 6:30. Thank you so much. Welcome to all the members of the public. We see a lot of new faces this evening, and we're happy to have you with us. Members of the public, the council met in executive session for the following: closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A12, specifically for the council to discuss candidates for the following board openings. Friends of Human Services, the candidate was unable to attend. Conservation Commission, we did interview one person. Historic Preservation Commission, we did interview one person. The candidates were interviewed, no votes were taken. Appointments will be made at another time. May I have a motion to adjourn from executive session?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Here.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
Make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mr. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Item C2, approval of town council meeting minutes for April 25th, May 2nd, May 9th, and July 25th. The council members did not receive the minutes for July 25th, so we will just address April 25th, May 2nd, and May 9th. Madam Clerk, is the clerk here?
President
She is
Dixon?
present online.
Okay, Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections for April 25th, May 2nd, or May 9th?
I didn't receive any corrections at all for any of the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Do any council members, Mrs. Lima?
Yes. On the council minutes for April 25th, line 28, it should read, as well as the opportunity to send an email to any. And then on line 129, member with their questions.
Thank you.
Same set of minutes, line 197 should be revenue, not review. Same minutes, line 501, page 12, 501 down to 510. Dana DeVerna's last name is spelled incorrectly, but it is spelled correctly earlier in these minutes. So I just asked that that be corrected.
Thank you. Any corrections for May 2nd?
I still have one more for this
Oh,
one.
okay.
Line 542, just need to add the word the from the consulting group in that line. 1 second. And that's it for those minutes.
Okay, May 2nd.
1 second. None for May 2nd.
And what about May 9th?
The note I have on May 9th is on page 4 of 16 for those minutes. Line 160, it says at this time, Vice President Lima rejoined the meeting. I'm just council member. And also it never noted earlier for this section that I recused myself for conflict of interest, and it just says I rejoined, but nobody knows that I even left. So if we could just add something there to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Page 6 of 16, line 262, just need to correct how Mr. LeBlanc's last name is spelled. Line 285, I'm sorry, should be different, not different. And then line 471, page 11 of 16, share the approved resolution with other municipalities until the bill is passed, line 471.
Thank you.
And I think that's it. I apologize. I didn't have time to read these in full this weekend to submit ahead of time. So
Okay, thank you. So may I have a motion to accept the amended minutes for April 25th, the minutes for May 2nd, and the amended minutes for May 9th? May I have a motion?
so moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
A second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
I have to abstain from May 9th.
May-
So do you want to separate the vote or
I
do you just
will.
want me to abstain from all of them?
No, you don't need to abstain from all of them. We'll take, nice, okay. We will take a motion to accept the amended minutes for April 25th and the minutes for May 2nd. We have a motion. We have a second. Okay, Ms. Ludwig, roll call vote for those two sets of minutes.
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Now, may I have a motion to accept the amended minutes for May 9th?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, Mrs. Ludwig is abstaining. Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 4 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion passes. Thank you. May I have a motion from member of the council to move agenda item H2, which is the town manager's update, before agenda items D and the rest of the agenda? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to add an additional public comment after the manager's update?
So
Make a
moved.
motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Residents, I, as many of the council members, have received many emails and calls relating to issues relating to Johnson's Pond. We want to assure you that the council has acted very quickly in appearing and approving legal actions, attending hearings at state houses, supporting legislation, making decisions to have the DEM own up basically to its authority to support residents. We've also appointed Mr. Ken Goodwin as our liaison between Johnson's Pond and us, and also with the socials, so that we can have updated information on a timely basis. And I've also scheduled at Mr. Lamoy, president of the Johnson's Pond Association, I have scheduled an executive session with the association and the town council for September 16th. We have been very responsive to any requests that we received. Mr. Lamoy is just entering. We have been very responsive to requests that we received for additional sessions, executive sessions, and for information. And because there's so much interest in Johnson's Pond, we've moved up this update by the town manager earlier in the agenda, so that if you wish to stay, and we hope you will stay for our entire meeting, but if you feel that you're just here for that agenda item, we didn't want you to have to wait too long. So we're going to ask Mr. Marchand to give us an update, and then we're going to ask for our legal counsel, Mr. D'Agostino, to give us an update from a legal point of view. After we have those presentations, council members may ask questions, and then we'll immediately open it up for public comment. Okay, Mr. Marchand.
Thank you, Madam President. This has been a very painful and difficult issue for many residents and the town, as we've struggled to protect the environment, the recreation, and all of the good things that come from Johnson's Pond. The town, when I started last year, was in full swing with legal actions just about every other day, every week through last summer, trying to keep the pond full. And we were successful with that until we got to the end of the summer, and some of the legal opinions that the judges were willing to support were weakening. And as we came into this season, we were very concerned about how this was going to go. Fortunately, our town council and our legislative representatives at the State House were very active in moving legislation forward to get the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management heavily involved. And at the point they got involved, they immediately issued a notice of violation to the owners of the dam. And the town had a decision to make. Were we going to move forward with the town's litigation to enforce a lease that the town has with the dam owners? And that lease would still allow them to let water out of the dam at the rate of 40 CFS per day? Or would we let DEM and the state take over, which would have the ultimate authority and power to shut it down entirely? And in the interest of not getting in the state's way of their legal arguments, the town has decided to not press our legal case and support the state in theirs. And so it hasn't been going as quickly or as favorably as anyone would have hoped, but we are very encouraged because we've had the attention of all the leadership we need at the State House. Governor McKee came and met with myself, members of the council, and the Johnson's Pond Civic Association on July 29th. I understand he went out on the water. They saw the conditions. I didn't verify it, but I heard they even ran aground of a sandbar. And so the governor knows, we know, we are fighting this fight as much as we can to try to get this resolved. Obviously, the resolution isn't going to come any sooner than September 28th at this point, which is when we have the state of Rhode Island is taking this case to federal court in New Hampshire on that date. And so that is the court where the decisions and actions of DEM are going to be either upheld or not upheld. And so this is how the legal case moves. And our only hope is that we can resolve this issue once and for all now, so that next summer this is no longer an issue. And I would defer to legal counsel to clarify or add any comments.
Sure, thank you. So we worked with the Johnson's Pond Civic Association leadership and their legal counsel to make sure that the most appropriate legal argument and legal position was advanced regarding the water levels in the pond. So what does that mean? Well, that basically means relying on DEM to pursue the enforcement actions against Social Holdings for their operation of the pond, which includes their lowering of the water, the releasing of the water from the ponds, and a significant amount of other potential violations. So right now, for your information, there are 2 enforcement actions being pursued by Rhode Island DEM. The first began with a DEM notice to cease and desist that was dated July 12th of 2022. That notice is notable because it includes a $1,000 per day fine against SOCIA for each day of continued noncompliance. Based on what I think you all know, the condition of the pond, that would include every day from July 13th up to the present at $1,000 per day fine. The second action which DEM is pursuing is more aggressive than just an order to cease and desist. It's in fact called an immediate compliance order, and that immediate compliance order was issued on August 9th. And that subjects SOCIA to possible civil and criminal penalties for the violations that are set forth in that document. As the manager indicated, right now, the SOCIA had filed a suit against Rhode Island DEM. They filed it in the United States Federal District Court in Providence. They requested a temporary restraining order. That request for a temporary restraining order was asking the court to stop DEM's enforcement actions. The court denied SOCIA's request for a temporary restraining order. As the manager indicated, that triggered a September 28th hearing regarding the merits of that request for injunctive relief. And we will know much more after September 28th as to whether or not the federal court is inclined to either agree with DEM or agree with the SOCIAs. If a court decision is provides any insight into that, after the federal court denied SOCIA's request for a temporary restraining order, SOCIA filed a motion to reconsider. The court denied the motion to reconsider. So in a sense, SOCIA's request for injunctive relief to stop DEM from their enforcement action has essentially been denied by the federal court twice. And just in case anyone is wondering why it is actually being heard by the federal court in New Hampshire, it's because all of the justices, the judges in the Rhode Island Federal District Court have recused themselves from hearing this case, probably because of their former association with the state of Rhode Island and Rhode Island DEM So that's why it's being heard in New Hampshire. And it does not require that the parties actually travel to New Hampshire, although they could. The hearings are being held remotely, like Zoom, but using what the court uses for their remote hearings. Thank you.
Okay. Any members of the council have any questions before I open it up to public comment? Mrs. Lima?
Thank you to Manager Marchant and Assistant Solicitor D'Agostino for those updates. Appreciate it. Just wanted to reiterate for the public here that I can't speak, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think our actions speak for themselves of we approved over $60,000 in legal fees in terms of pursuing this last year, specifically going to court. Many members of this council spent hours sitting in testimony rooms at the State House for the Senate and House to get this DEM legislation passed and wait to testify for it. There's some of us who have gone to the Johnson's Pond Civic Association meetings to be present and show our support. And this is something that we're constantly getting updates from with the JPCA team and our legal team as well. So this is something that's consistently top of mind. I just wanted to ask, because I know that it's constantly brought up on social media, Mr. D'Agostino, can you shed light for the public what eminent domain means and how that process works so everybody understands?
Sure. Well, I'll try to give a little primer on what eminent domain is. So eminent domain is a process by which the government can take private property. And at its most basic, when the government takes private property, the law says that the owner of the property has to be paid a fair market value for that taking. Okay. And most cases involving the exercise of eminent domain power by a government, and that could be a state or a local city or town government exercising that power. Most of the lawsuits that involve the exercise of eminent domain end up basically concerning the value of what it is that the government is taking. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Obviously, each particular case or any particular case can become very complicated. There are a number of cases that have gone up to the United States Supreme Court involving eminent domain, not only exercised here in Rhode Island, but certainly across the country. So it's not always as simple as saying, we're going to take this property and we're going to give you X number of dollars for it, because if the person whose property is being taken does not agree with the assessment of X dollars, they will spend a lot more than X dollars to fight that.
So essentially, the socialists could say, we believe this is appraised at $70 million, and then take us to court to say that we should pay them that money. Is what you're saying.
Theoretically,
yes.
If the council decided to exercise its rights to eminent domain and to institute a taking, then yes, there's obviously two sides to every request of what something is worth.
True. Okay.
So.
That's all. Thank you.
Vice President Ludwig?
Thank you for the updates. I know this is a really tough topic for many residents. And I am aware of a peaceful protest tonight, which I assume is why many of you may be here. And so I think it would be helpful for the council to hear what some of your concerns are, or what some of your questions are, or what exactly it is you're protesting, frankly. Is there something more that we can be doing? Is there something more on the transparency side? So if you'd be willing to share, we're here, we're listening. So please come forward.
Well, we're going to be opening public comment. Any other comments? Okay. All right. We'll open public comment. First of all, there will be 2 public comment sessions this evening. One is in our agenda at the end of the meeting. At that time, anyone can ask or make any comment on any topic. It doesn't have to be related to the agenda. This particular public comment will be restricted to Johnson's Pond issues or any comments you'd like to make. During public comment, no one on the council is required to answer any questions or make any comments back. We're here to listen to what you have to say. Well, I'm going to allow somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. We have a very long agenda. Our last time we met, we went till almost midnight from 6 o'clock. So we have a very long agenda, but I do want to give everyone an opportunity to speak, and you're free to stay at the end of the meeting. When I have public comment again, you can speak as long as you want, but I'm going to restrict comments right now to about 2 minutes per person. And if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. I will recognize you, and you will be asked to come to the podium, state your name and address, and then make your comment. And I'll also ask if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to speak, go into chat and raise your hand. And we will also call on people who are in Zoom so that they will have an opportunity to make public comment. So is there anyone here this evening who would like to make a comment? Just a minute. Madam, do you have your hand raised? Please come forward. State your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Mary.
Excuse me, please move the microphone down. Great, thank you. Is the microphone on? Okay.
There you go. Not very good technologically. My name is Dr. Mary St. Amand. I am at 86 Wood Cove Drive, and I am a veterinarian. So I spoke at the State House in basically about the environmental aspect of this. Of course, I'm a taxpayer, and I'm really upset about my property value and about not being able to use the pond. But primarily then and now, I'll speak in regard to the environment. If I were to cut down a tree in my yard right near the waterfront, I would have a $3,000 or some fee of fine. And yet this person, I won't say gentleman, this person has been allowed to completely destroy an ecosystem in a matter of a couple of years. There aren't even geese around. I mean, not that I like geese, but they're not even around right now. And very few ducks, and the deer and all the others, I'm sure, are completely suffering with the lack of water. Water is the most precious resource on Earth, and more so even than fossil fuels and other such. That this person has been allowed to destroy the environment, take away all the water, the millions and millions of gallons of water that have just been wasted by this person. It's completely a disgrace. So yes, of course, I am a taxpayer and a voter, and I really want to see a resolution to this, to have we property owners have some rights. He's got all the rights and we have nothing. And that just is not quite right, since I'm paying taxes to the town of Coventry. So I do hope that we can come to a solution that is favorable to the people who live there and are affected by this disgrace. So I do hope that the town council is going to push really hard to get some resolution, be it eminent domain or some other solution, so that this is reversed and in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. St. Amand. Is there anyone else who would like to speak, who's here with us this evening? Anyone else who would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Mark Lamoy, 34 Island Drive. I'm the president of the Johnson's Pond Civic Association. I want to confirm for everyone listening that the town has been involved in this from day one. They do work with our council, and we have given them support. They've given us support. We look forward to, getting the town, and I know the town will support us moving in the forward direction, hopefully with state action, state enforcement to resolve this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we do have you. And we do have you on. We do have you on the agenda for September 12th in executive session. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Yes, please come forward.
How you doing? My name is Marshall Poole. I live at 419 Shady Valley Road.
I'm sorry, your last name, please?
Poole, Poole.
Thank you.
I live at 419 Shady Valley Road. And I do have a question when it comes to the eminent domain. Can we, is it necessary to take his entire property or just a small piece of it? And I was just wondering if that is something that is on the books.
Our legal counsel can address that.
Or is it possible? Is that essentially?
We don't usually address questions like that
Okay.
during a public comment because we want to have as many people as possible make a comment. But how do you want to respond to that?
If you'd like me to respond, I can provide some general information.
It's very general.
Sure.
Okay.
So one of the things that my comments earlier were trying to encapsulate a very complex theory into a bite-sized piece of information. But when you get into looking at specific parcels, so one parcel versus another parcel and the exercise of eminent domain, you have to start looking a little bit deeper into that exercise, the exercise of that power. And basically, eminent domain has to be for a public purpose. So when you start looking at a smaller and smaller piece of a pie, as opposed to the entire pie, you have to start looking more specifically at what the public purpose is for a piece of the pie versus the whole pie.
Yeah, versus that piece.
Right. And you can imagine where in a body of water that's available for recreation, among other things, that's, roughly 700, maybe 50 acres of water, the pie is rather large. The public purposes to which that entire pie or the entire pond might be utilized are certainly far different than if you focused on one small piece of it and said, let's look at this smaller piece rather than the larger piece. So the short answer is that the exercise of eminent domain, it's exercised by a governmental authority in its decision, but it also has to be for a public purpose. And the smaller the taking, the more that question of what is the public purpose to which that taking is justified, that those questions start to become more and more focused.
Okay.
And I just want to say, if you take someone's property and it's not for a public purpose, you're now dealing with other constitutional violations.
Now, I was referring to just the dam part itself. Okay, I understand where you're going. The other question I have is or the comment is, when it comes to the judgment of the DEM and the federal courts and all this, that if it goes towards SOCIA's view, that takes knocks the teeth out of the DEM and what they can enforce and sets a really bad precedent for anything down the line, not just for us, any body of water that any place in the country that this could be happening or could happen in the future. I really pray that the powers that be do their homework and cross all their T's and dot all their I's to make sure that we build a solid case to make sure that this does not happen anyplace else. It's been very unpleasant. I pay taxes in the town, just bought the house 2 years ago. I want to be able to go swimming or ice fishing if I want to. And all this is it's disheartening. And you see dead animals, aquatic life, and ecosystems being destroyed. And something needs to be done. Somebody needs to crack the whip, but they got to do it right. So those are my concerns and that one question.
Thank you, Mr. Poole.
President
Appreciate
Dixon.
it. We have one more person who would like to speak back there.
President Dixon, just related to that, I just wanted to ask,
I would like to call on the person we're in public comment.
related to that, because he had to his question. That's all I wanted to ask.
Go ahead, Mrs. Lehman.
So, related to that, Mr. D'Agostino, how many times in state history, or would you say recent memory, has someone been able to overturn round state law? How common of an occurrence is that?
It's difficult to answer your question, but I'll answer it this way. In order for SOCIA to have, if SOCIA had made a clear case that the legislation and DEM's enforcement was causing an imminent harm to their interests, I don't think the federal court, whether here in Rhode Island or in New Hampshire, would have hesitated to grant them relief because they claimed I'm being persecuted by a state agency. And that's a pretty serious claim. As I said earlier, their motion for temporary restraining order was denied. They asked the court to reconsider and the court declined. So I think that's a pretty emphatic statement by the court that imminent harm, and that's just one factor, but it's an important factor, that imminent harm was not that clear based on the pleadings.
Okay, thank you. Gentleman in the back corner, please. And I would just like to mention, there's a gentleman who's sitting on the side of the room who keeps on whispering to the person next to him. Would you please refrain from whispering? No conversation while the town council meetings are going on. Thank you. Your name and address, please.
Christian Suite, 78 Wood Cove Drive.
Thank you.
Been a town resident here for 49 years. So my question to you is, and I get that everyone's not here when this was purchased. I get that. I understand that. But I feel as though the purchase of this pond was done illegally. I feel as though, you know, outside sources goes, well, you guys had the opportunity to buy it and no one bought it and this and that. And that's all I've been hearing from all these outside sources. So my question to the attorney of the town is, can we go after this guy for this purchase? I feel like it was a backdoor deal. I feel like there could be federal indictment somewhere. I feel like something is not right here. It's like the white elephant that no one's talking about. I feel like we got to backtrack a little bit here and figure out how this even happened. Does anyone have any answers? Was anyone, I mean, there's people that worked in this town for 50 years. You can't tell me that no one heard about this purchase and no one knows anything about it. I think we got to kind of bring that to light, how this happened. That's my main concern. How did this happen? And I get it. You guys weren't here. I understand that, but we're here now. So explain to me, everyone that works in that office, how no one knew anything about anything.
I have no knowledge.
I want to know.
That's not a question that we'd be able to answer
Okay.
this evening because we don't have knowledge
that's
of
fine.
that.
So what about, can we go after him legally with this purchase? Can we go after him? Because this is totally, the flow rights were thrown in and all this stuff. What's going on here?
First of all, I'll ask Mr. D'Agostino to respond to you. And
Okay.
I know that you're very passionate.
I'm very upset. I'm upset.
No, I
I'm
understand
upset.
that.
We've testified.
We-
We've done everything.
We don't want to turn this into a dialogue. I mean,
Okay, that's
we're-
fine.
We're interested in your comments
Well, you got
and
it.
we're very sympathetic. to the
I want to go
comments.
backwards and figure out how this
I
was
understand that.
purchased.
I'm going to have him give a brief explanation, whatever he knows.
Yeah.
None of us can really answer that
Okay.
question.
That's
But
fine.
Mr. D'Agostino, the most you can answer.
So I can't speak to whether the purchase was done legally or illegally, but what I can say is that the town, I think as you're all aware, the town is party to a lease agreement.
Yeah.
And that lease agreement was executed in 2009 and it
Mhm.
was for 25 years.
Yep.
So it runs through 2024.
Mhm.
The purchase of the property
Mhm.
or the transaction
Mhm.
that occurred in March of 2020
Yeah.
was an assignment of a lease. It was an assignment by Quidnick Reservoir Company, the lessor and the owner.
Yep.
They assigned,
Here at Coventry since I was this big. But anyways.
but that entity assigned the balance of its lease with the town of Coventry to the current owner, that is to say, Social Holdings LLC, and Social Holdings LLC purchased the assignment of lease.
Yeah.
So in terms of a purchase, I can't really, I'm not
Were
aware.
we aware of it? Was the town of Coventry aware of this purchase and just sat back and did nothing? I understand you guys have nothing to do with it. I get that. Was the town aware of this purchase? That's what I'm getting at. Does anybody know? Can
I
someone
cannot
give me an
answer your
honest
question.
That's all I'm looking for. That's an honest answer. That's all I'm looking for. Were they, or they just sit back and let this guy show over his cards and now this is where we are 3 years down the road? I mean, I don't, as an attorney, don't you think this was kind of shady? Like, I mean, it doesn't, I'm not a rocket scientist or a college grad, but this is shady.
Well,
This is
I
Rhode Island
I understand.
101.
I understand the question that you have, but
Yep.
I do not believe that Mr. D'Agostino has the information that would allow him to answer that question right now.
All right. Well, I feel as though it was done illegally. I feel like no one knew about it. It was done secretly. No one had the opportunity to do anything, and now here we are. This jerk's got it,
Okay.
and now we're all suffering. And, you go to the appraiser and you complain about your property taxes and they tell you, oh, well, your house is valued no matter what, even if you're not on the water. That's the answer I got. So I'm not getting the answers I like. And it's unfair. This isn't the same town I grew up in. And I don't like the direction it's going. I don't. Too many building permits, all these people. We need schools. My kids go in the same junior high that I went to. It was only 7th and 8th grade.
Okay.
We need schools. This is, if this doesn't get addressed, none of those things are going to pass. Don't you guys understand? If this doesn't get straightened out, we're not going to vote yes on anything. That's all I'm just saying.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm just saying.
Thank you for your comments. I do appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else who is in the audience who would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Good evening, council members, town manager. My name is Keith Moulton, 195 Lakehurst Drive. I am a 51-year resident at that property. Been there all my life, and never have I seen such a tragedy that is going on with that pond right now. I pay an exuberant amount of taxes to live on the pond, and that's not my problem, not yours. I pay flood insurance, and I have been forced for the last 3 years to seek a seasonal campsite in the state of Connecticut so that my family can have some sort of recreation. That is very unfortunate for myself. And I thank you all for everything that you've done and everything that you will continue to do. And I just hope that you all have our best interest at heart. Thank you.
We do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moulton. Is there any other member of the audience here who would like to speak right now? Okay. Is there anyone on Zoom? Please raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, please go to the chat and raise your hand, please, if you'd like to make a comment. I see no hands raised. Anyone else here? Okay. As I mentioned before, the council has a very long agenda. We will have another public comment section at the end of our meeting. So please do feel free to stay and make comment. You're also free, of course, to stay and listen to our meeting. We have lots of interesting agenda items, and there are copies of the agenda in the back. So if you don't know what else we're discussing this evening, I think you'll find it very interesting as a resident. There's lots going on. So thank you. And thank you all for coming. Okay, continuing on with agenda item D, licenses for discussion and or action.
Madam President,
Yes,
that was
question?
only one item of my two.
That's
Would
true.
you like me to finish my report?
I would, but that was number 2 bullet. not
I
number
skipped
1.
to it in the interest of the,
Yes, you did. I thought I was going to have to go back to at the end of the meeting, but yes, thank you. Okay, Mr. Marchand did have 3 bullet points of updates he was going to give. But in the interest of being expedient and making sure he covered Johnson's Pond, he went to the second item first. So he's going to go back and do the other 2 items in his update. Thank you, Mr. Marchand.
certainly. So I'd like to give an update on the status of the fiscal year 2021 audit for the town of Coventry. At this time, the remaining open items for the town is simply the auditor has follow-up questions on the audit that we are answering. The school still has open items on their single audit. They're doing payroll testing. The regular audit has some capital outlay testing and their census testing for the actuary on the pension. And those are the outstanding items for the town and school. And we're working through those with all due speed. I cannot give a time frame for when those are expected to be done. I just know that everyone's trying to get it done as soon as possible. We had a meeting between town finance staff and school finance staff today, and they were able to come to a resolution on some outstanding items in the due to, due from. And we came to an ultimate figure that we can settle on for the due to, due from at the end of the 2021 fiscal year. And a report will be forthcoming to the council to make further actions on that item.
Excellent. Good news.
Yes, very good news. Lastly, the charter changes, the proposed charter changes that will be on the November ballot. I'm going to be putting those up on the town website for the public to become aware of them. And I just started looking at it today because it's as fast as I could get to it. But the issue that came to mind that I haven't quite figured out is how to present them, because I think just presenting the questions will be insufficient for the public. I'm going back to the Charter Review Committee's work where they had listed pros and cons for a number of these items, although some of these questions aren't exactly the ones that the Charter Review Commission had proposed. But I thought I could do a summary of the intended implications of the change without being to one side or the other of the question, and trying to lay it out objectively and letting people decide for themselves. Is that a fair way to present it? Or do you think that'd be
Sounds
helpful?
very reasonable. This is an update about the awareness campaign by which we alert the voters to the recommended charter changes that were made by the Charter Review Commission. And these recommendations were presented to the town council. Town council heard extensive discussions and descriptions of the recommended changes, and the council voted to send some of these to referendum. So now the question becomes, how do we make sure that the public is aware of what, not only what is proposed to be changed, but some of the reasoning for it, and what, as Mr. Marchant mentioned, the intended consequences. So we understand that if we were to put the questions and the descriptions and the changes in the charter in a ballot question, which will appear in the referendum in November, that would be very, very difficult for all of the voters to stand for, a half hour and read everything. So we're thinking about presenting a handout to voters when they go in for voting, but also to have the ballot a little bit more slimmed down. But we want to be fair to the voters to make sure they completely understand what is being proposed. So part of our awareness campaign is to have the posting as early as possible on the town website. We're asking the school to post on its website. We'll also be on social media. And I think we probably need to have some type of hearing or some kind of a session by which members of the public can come and hear a complete description of what is being proposed, so that you'll be well prepared to vote when you go to the November election and you are faced with this referendum questions. So Mr. Marchant has proposed a way to handle this. Any comments by members of the council? Vice President Ludwig.
When I hear intended implications, that is an absolute red flag for me. If we are going to provide factual information that cannot be disputed, meaning the section of the charter that we are specifically referencing, that's one thing. But to provide intended implications, to me, sounds like we are trying to sway the vote to a possibly yes vote on everything. Intended implications is not factual. So I want to be very careful that that is not what happens. If I, as a council person, go out into the community and tell people what I think about these questions from a personal level, if I post on my social media page what I think is going to happen, that's one thing. But when it comes from the town, my opinion is that should be 100% factual information, and intended implications should not be included. There were opinions presented in the Charter Review Committee. There were opinions presented by the counselors who put forward the questions. It needs to be factual when it comes from the town so as not to sway voters one way or the other. So I want to be very involved in what goes on that website from the town side. It's one thing if it comes from individual counselors, individual people, citizens, voters, but when it comes from the town, I don't think intended implications is appropriate.
So I hear you loud and clear, and that's completely fine with me. I want to be as objective and even-handed as possible. As far as a public information source, I can't answer the question why the question is on the ballot or why it's being asked without giving a reason. And so if I'm not going to give the reason, then I'll just reference the code and let people study it themselves. Is that?
That's what I think she's asking.
Okay.
That's what she's
I just want clarity. That's fine.
History is also subjective. And so, for example, the reason why something ended up on the ballot is also subjective.
Correct.
So I don't think providing anything other than facts, proven facts, should be put on something on the town's website. I do support individual people, counselors, providing their individual opinions to their constituents. I do not support that on the town side. It does not become clear enough for voters, in my opinion, if we state anything other than pure facts.
So what will be on the town website will be the motion as it will appear on the referendum, and the sections from the charter redlined out so people will see what has been eliminated or deleted and the new wording. That's factual. That's exactly what will be on the referendum. And I think that's what Mr. Marchand was probably a choice of words, but I think that was your intention.
I got the
anyway.
direction I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. We're all set. Okay. Any other questions? So we're calling this an awareness campaign because we want to make the voters aware, at least from an official point of view, what will be on the referendum, what are the recommended changes for the charter. Okay. And there are a significant number of them. Okay. All right. Anything else for update, Mr. Marchand?
Nothing more at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Agenda D, licenses for discussion and or action. Application for Class F and live show entertainment licenses. St. Vincent de Paul Society, 6 St. Vincent de Paul Street, fundraiser to be held at St. John and Paul Church, 341 South Main Street, September 18th, 2022, from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Reference pages 47 to 48. May I have a motion to approve this license?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
I just wanted to invite up.
You have a discussion?
I was just going to invite up the person from the society to come talk about the event.
Is there someone here?
Yes.
Okay.
She sat here and waited, so I figured we'd have her come up.
She's talking. Okay. Hello, your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Mary Williams, 11 Cobblestone Terrace here in town. I'm the president of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul in Coventry. We are having a fundraiser just to allow us to continue to help the poor in town. It's going to be a reunion of a band that I guess was popular here before called Sundance or Sundown, I think. And so, but they're going to be forming for one show. And I guess they have a very loyal fan base. So anybody who'd like to come out, it's good. We're going to have a lot of music, a lot of fun, 50-50 raffles and all. So
excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in to tell us about this. Is there any other discussion points on this, Ms. Ludwig? Oh, this is Lima.
I'd like, given they're a 501c and this is a fundraiser event, I'd like to make a motion to waive the license fee for this.
We'll take that motion after we vote to give the license, okay? Because we have a motion on the table and a second to approve the license. So let's take care of that and then you can make a motion about the license. Okay, are we ready to vote for the license? Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Now, Mrs. Lima, do you have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to waive the license fee for item D1.
Do
I'll
I have
second
a
that.
second? Any discussion? Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Item number 2, exhibitions and performances license, Rhode, Coventry, Camp Westwood Art and Craft Festival, September 24th, 2022, from 9 to 3. Rain date, September 25th, 2022. Reference pages 49 to 50. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. I see Norma Smith here. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about the festival?
We had a festival last year. This is our second one. We are now officially a 501c3. And the purpose of these events we're going to have are to bring people together for the town. On this day, we have arts and crafts, obviously. We have a band, and we have a Native American group doing a drum circle, the Popham Singers, and they will also be there. We have a little baby dinosaur that's coming. She carries it around on her arm. I don't know exactly what you would call that, a puppet, I guess. So that's what we're doing for September 25th, 4th, 24th. The proceeds from this will go into future events for the residents in the town of Coventry.
Could you repeat that again, where the proceeds will go?
To future events and program events for the people of the residents of Coventry.
Thank you. Other questions by members of the council? Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes.
Can I make a motion to waive the fee for this event as well, based on its 501c3 status?
You certainly may.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The fee is waived. Next item, new exhibitions and performances license, Western Rhode Island Civic Historical Society, Payne House Museum Historic Brass Band, September 24th, 2022, reference pages 51 to 52. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there anyone here from the Western Rhode Island Civic Historic Society? Would you please come forward? Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Colleen Hodges and I live on York Drive. This is National Museum Day, and this is the Western Rhode Island Civic Historical Society's version of what is National Museum Day. So we'll have the brass band, we have the craft show in conjunction with the Coventry Historical Society. We have the museum is open for free tours that day. There'll be all kinds of fun things, face painting and bands and reenactors and everybody in costume. And it's going to be a fun day for everyone and a little piece of Rhode Island history.
It sounds like a great idea.
It's going to be fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions by members of the council? Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. The license is approved.
President Dixon? One moment, please.
Sorry, I forgot to put silent on. Okay, Ms. Ludwig.
I'd like to make a motion to also extend the waive of the fee for the Western Rhode Island Civic Historical Society.
Okay, there is a motion to waive the fee for the Western Rhode Island Civic Historic Society. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Item number 4, renewal mobile food establishment license, JoJo's Cupcakes LLC, doing business as JoJo's Cupcakes. Joanne Dorio, 77 Isle of Capri Road, Cupcake Truck Yearly License, reference pages 53 to 54. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Is there anyone here from JoJo's Cupcakes? Okay. Any questions members of the council have? Mr. Marchand, have there been any problems with this particular license?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Item 5, new victualling license, Cup of Joy, 1532 Main Street, Coventry, reference pages 55 to 56. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Is there anyone here from Cup of Joy? Please come forward. Name and address, please.
Paul Oliveri, 1532 Main Street. What is it you want to know?
Well, just tell us what you're going to do with Cup of Joy. What is Cup of Joy? What kind of business is it?
It's going to come in, have a cup of coffee, and be joyful. That's what it's going to be.
Okay, that sounds good.
I'm trying to get it set up. So I got all fresh pastries, bagels, anything to do with it. Come down and relax.
Okay, what are your hours of operation?
I think right now, I'm sitting down with the people that are going to be baking and setting stuff up for me 6 a.m. I like to close it. I'm gearing towards 9, 10 o'clock. Maybe sooner. I don't know. I get up 5 a.m. I'm a night guy. I don't know what the night hours are now. I don't want to keep it open real late.
Is this 7 days a week?
I don't know if I'm going to open on a Sunday yet. I got to make a decision. It's all about the help. I'm getting bad and good. Everybody's saying you can't get good help. I got a lot of faith. I think the good Lord will walk us through it. I'll be fine. But I'm hearing a lot of people don't want to work and it's tough. And this is everywhere in every business. But I don't know exactly what hours I'm going to be, and I'm not going to tell you something that I don't know. I know one thing. It won't be late.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I gotta set this up and I got to run it. It's not easy. I'm bringing my son in and I'm going to hope I can train him. He just got back. So my youngest boy, he's 22, going to be 22.
Okay, why don't you stay at the podium? So if there are any questions by members of the council, they can be answered.
Okay.
Ms. Ludwig.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So this is actually in District 2. I don't know if anyone's driven by. So I've lived in the area now for about 6.5 years. And I don't remember seeing it ever open.
Because I've been carrying it for 20 years.
Okay. So I'm excited for you to get
70. I'm getting.
Well, then I'm very excited for you to get this started. I do want to mention though, this is very close to surrounding homes.
Yes, I know.
And so
I've been here since 1978.
Well, then maybe you will understand while I will ask to put some specifications around the timing of this business.
Yeah.
So for example, I know we have local ordinances for noise and those types of things. I would not want to go before 6 or 7 in the morning based off of the other businesses and things that happen on that street. I recognize there is, I believe, a Dunkin' Donuts approximately a mile. I don't know, but Mr. LeBlanc always has Dunkin' Cup. Do you know when they open?
I believe they've actually come in front of us a couple of times to change their hours, but they're talking about the one in Dave's Marketplace. I believe it's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Yeah.
See, that I would find that
I'm not going to open four.
That I would find that a bit early because there are residents that literally live,
Right.
I'm going to guess, less than 100 feet from your building. Lots of neighbors. So I do think we need to establish some general hours that you can work within.
6 o'clock. I'm here.
Yeah.
The bakers are going to be there early because I'm making everything fresh. I can't,
Confirmed. It's 4 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Ms. Oliveri, on our agenda, it says additional hours until 2 a.m.
No.
That-
It's a different one. It's a different.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need to establish the hours. So I think that's an important thing to do.
Glad to give them to you, but if you want to go 4 to 9 at night, fine, or 4 to 10, I'm good with that for now. I can't give you something that I don't know what's going to happen. I have a drive.
Could we do a range maybe and say as long as you operate within
hit and run? I mean, they might not even come in the building at first.
No, I understand that, but we could say that you have a permit to operate between, I'll just say 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. I'm just throwing that out, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you decide to close at 1 o'clock, that's up to you. But we're saying that within earlier than 6.
No, I would never.
But are those, can we ask for a question from the solicitor? When we list the hours, does that mean for retail sales or for staff to enter the building?
No, it's really hours of operation. So it would be for the availability of individuals to patronize the place.
So the bakers could come in early.
Yeah.
They could come in whatever time they're available, but we're just going to give some stipulations concerning the hours of operation because you are very close to many houses. I go by it every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
agree. I'm good with that.
Would you be comfortable with something like hours of operation? You can operate anytime between, say, 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. And within those hours, you decide what the hours on the door are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that, I don't come to Coventry much at night. I just don't. I'm not down here no more. But do people come out and have coffee night at night? I go by and I see Dunkin' Donuts. They're closed at what time? 10 o'clock?
They close early.
But
So good night.
is it? They close at 9? Yeah, there's nobody out no more. It's not back in the day, our generation.
Mhm.
It's totally different.
And the ice cream store closes at 9. I think they're open 12 to 9.
Are they?
President Dixon, quick.
Yes.
I have a question.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. D'Agostino, this property that he owns, how long has it been zoned for commercial?
So offhand, I don't know. I do know that the use to which he's currently proposing to use it has gone through the zoning and planning process. I believe he's owned it for a number of years. I think there was, in the history of the property, I think there was some fire damage to one of the buildings on the property. I think maybe this particular property was actually ultimately razed to the ground at one point and then rebuilt. All of that is within an individual's right to do so. But I do know that they went through the local zoning and planning processes.
Approximately like 10 years ago, 20 years ago?
I think recently within the last 2 years.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had a good understanding. Thank you.
Okay. I will accept an amendment to the motion because the motion was just to approve the license for a Cup of Joy. I'll accept an amendment that will specify hours of operation.
I'll make amendment to specify the hours of operations to operate sometime between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 p.m.
And what days of the week?
7 days a week.
7 days a week. Okay. Okay. We have an
Should I
amendment.
second that?
We have an amendment to specify the hours of operation between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m., 7 days a week. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I did have one last question before we vote.
Yes.
For the victualling license, this is specifically for food and beverage. In order to do something like alcohol, they have to come back again, in essence, to the council or the alcohol board.
Don't worry about that.
Yes. Well,
I've got my eye on you, Mr. Oliveira.
See all you want.
All right.
alcohol would be licensed separately.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we're going to have a vote on the amendment for the specifying the hours of operation. Number of days would be 7. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays for the amendment. Okay, now we'll vote on the license as amended. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you, Mr. Oliveira. Good
Thank
luck
you.
to you.
And
As a resident, I'm excited to see something go in there.
I hope you all come down and have a cup of coffee.
Thank
Okay?
you.
In the house. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Agenda E, public hearing. May I have a motion to open public hearing for the following? First item, public hearing, application for Class B additional hours, Blackstone Herb and Coffee Bar Incorporated, doing business as Blackstone Herbs and Coffee Bar, 710 Center of New England Boulevard, asking for additional hours until 2 a.m., only valid Fridays and Saturdays and night before a legal state holiday. And the second item we will discuss is a public hearing, new ordinance titled Chapter 223, Tobacco and Non-Tobacco Products and Their Prohibited Use. That is on reference pages 59 to 69. And the first one is on reference pages 57 to 58. Public hearing. May I have a motion to open public hearing for those two items?
Motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
A second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Public hearing is open. We'll take the first one. Public hearing for application B, additional hours for Blackstone Herbs and Coffee Bar with the additional hours until 2 a.m. Fridays, Saturdays, and night before a legal state holiday. Is there anyone here for Blackstone Herbs and Coffee Bar? Please come forward. State your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Bruce Tartaglia. My address is 24 Harris Driftway Street. That's in Cranston, Rhode Island. We're here representing Blackstone. Please, thank you.
Okay, yes, your name, please.
Melissa Zarone. I live at 24 Fordson Avenue in Cranston.
Okay, thank you. Tell us a little bit more about the business and why you're asking for extended hours.
It's spirits and food served. Right now, it's been in business for a little over a year. Business is great. Is usually a line on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Is often a line. We have a good following, good crowd of people. And on the weekends, I just think it works out better for the business to be open the extra hour, because as people go out later in the evening, they would be more, if they're going out to have a few drinks with some friends and to see someone, they close at 1. I've done it. They close at 1. They're open till 2. Let's go to a place that's open till 2, And it just gives us a little bit more of an opportunity to, obviously make more money, and our staff makes a little more money. And rather than pushing people out the door at 1, it works better for us and hopefully our guests.
What are your current hours of operation now?
Not sure what time they open exactly, but they're open till 1 on Fridays and Saturdays.
So 1. So you're asking for an extension of 1 hour on Fridays, Saturdays, and before a legal holiday?
Correct.
Mr. Marchand, any comments on this application?
The zoning official has no concerns. It is consistent with the zoning. However, the police are not in favor of the additional hours because it would be inconsistent with the hours set for all other establishments in town at this time.
Okay, Chief Heiss, would you like to make a comment, please? I'm going to ask our police chief to make a comment.
So my only concern would be that it would draw crowds from other locations, probably people that have been drinking, and have more people drive on the roads that may be impaired coming to because I know in Providence, people go to Providence for that extra hour. So that would be only my concern, is that we would be one of the only towns around that would have that, which would draw more people on the roads at that point. So.
And the other establishments in town, what time are they required to close?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Okay. So are you in favor of the extension of this hour?
I am not.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions? Mrs. Shockley.
So I would like to say I think your establishment's great. Food's delicious, drinks are delicious. I want you to stay open. I think my concern here, and I think it might be what the chief just said, is you'd become last call. So instead of people staying for an extra hour, they'd come for just that hour. And I wouldn't want to see something happen to your establishment. You'd be the only establishment in town that people are leaving after possibly having had cocktails. And I wouldn't want that to be something that actually ended up being a detriment to your business as opposed to a benefit of an extra hour. If other places around were open till 2, it would be different. But because you're that only place, I would hate to see people leaving their establishment someplace else to run to you for a final drink. And when you haven't been serving them all night, you end up being the restaurant they left.
Sure. Understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Ludwig?
I'm going to have to vote with the chief on this. I don't see any other businesses getting this extra hour. If as a council, we want to talk about extending hours for everyone, I would be open to a future discussion on that. But to have an outlying business, it doesn't feel like the right move to me, not because of your business, but in terms of when I look at it across Coventry and what we're doing for other businesses.
I understand. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Lima?
Do we have an ordinance that already governs what time everybody has to close? Does this contradict any pre-existing ordinance? Maybe the chief knows or.
Mr. D'Agostino?
It doesn't, businesses that sell alcohol can request under state liquor licensing, they can request what's called a 2 a.m. license. That's essentially what they're requesting. So you're the local licensing authority. You have the authority to grant it if you feel comfortable with it, but it's not inconsistent with any other ordinances. If you granted it, it would obviously be a license to them to go to 2 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'd like to thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is a public hearing, so I'd like to ask if there are any members of the audience who would like to make a comment about this application for the extension of hours. I see no hands raised. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a comment? Is there one hand up? Okay, bring that person in, please. Please state your name and address.
Anthony Nautilillo, 10 Colby Drive.
Okay, Mr. Nautilillo.
I would like to speak out against this for a multitude of reasons. Number one, I agree with Chief Heiss. It would be the only place open in town. I think we're setting the town up if we grant this license for every other bar to try to do the same thing. And there's very few cities and towns in the state that allow 2 a.m. liquor licenses. Additionally, I reached out to Councilwoman Lima on July 19th because they were open till 2 a.m. They had it advertised, they had it on their door. So they were doing it already. And now that they're coming before you, they've changed their hours online to back to 1. So they kind of took it upon themselves to make their own hours. And I don't know if they were notified that they were in violation of the town ordinance or they didn't know about it. But they were open till 2 a.m. prior to this coming before you. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. Now they have changed it online that they are closing at 1. But like I said, as of July 19th, they were staying open till 2. I've had friends be in there till 2 a.m.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment who is sitting with us today? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the application for extension of hours?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any more discussion? Roll call vote.
I just want to.
Mrs. Lima?
I'm struggling with this because I want Coventry to be a place that's friendly to businesses and makes it easy to do business in Coventry. But I have the concern about the precedent we set for the other businesses in town and the fact that not too many other restaurants in other municipalities, even surrounding Coventry, do this. And I want to echo the sentiments of Member Shockley in terms of liability for the business as well, being the only place open till 2 a.m. So I really do struggle with this one. And maybe it is worth having a conversation if there's a huge demand from other restaurants in town that have bars that want to stay open till 2. I'd be curious to hear if there are others as well.
Right now, I'm not in favor of extending the hours. It seems that business is going well through 1 o'clock, and we don't have this extension of hours for other businesses. And I think we need to be consistent with all our businesses that we have in town. We do encourage you and we do want you to be successful, but it seems like you are being successful as you are. So I'm not going to vote to approve, but it's up to the council. Are we ready for a vote? Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
No.
Mrs. Lima?
No.
Mrs. Shockley?
No.
Mr. LeBlanc?
No.
Mrs. Dixon? No. No yeas, 5 nays. The motion does not pass. You're welcome. Okay. Just get there before 1 o'clock.
Upstairs, filling in.
You lose me as a customer by like 9. So
Okay. Public hearing, new ordinance titled Chapter 223, Tobacco and Non-Tobacco Products and Their Prohibited Use, reference pages 59 to 69. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this ordinance?
President Dixon?
I'm just waiting to see if Mr. Williams is going to speak. Okay. All right. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this? This is a public hearing.
Could I just give some background on why this ordinance is here first? I just wanted to talk about why it's in front of us and why it was introduced because I had a resident come.
Okay, Mr. Marchant.
Yeah, this was presented to me by Councilor Lima as a request to consider, and I think she can speak to why it's before us. But this was a proposal to revise and update the ordinance to include vaping. It's been reviewed by the Planning Commission and staff with various iterations and updates and revisions, and it's been reviewed by legal counsel. So that's why that's how it got here. But I would defer to Councilor Lima.
The short of it is our current ordinance didn't address the electronic tobacco products. And so the person who proposed this was the head of the Coventry Substance Abuse Task Force. And she had asked that an amendment be made. She also is on the Cranston Substance Abuse Task Force where they made the same amendment. There's grant funding made available to those who make this amendment. And they're given signage already paid for to put up at public buildings and public parks to enforce this as well. So that's the short of it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I know the school committee approved of their policy relating to vaping about 2 years ago. So we're a little bit behind in a way. Mr. Shockley.
I'd just like to ask that when we have our signage up and we've updated our policy, that we make sure to enforce it. This summer I spent a lot of time at Parks and Rec because of children's basketball, and people were definitely vaping, smoking marijuana. The smell of that sort of substance is pretty hard to miss. Sometimes on our new pickleball court. And, I think the more important thing once this ordinance is passed, if it passes, is to make sure that, we're really actively enforcing it, because a lot of children do spend time at those parks and fields. If the chief wants to give any insight as to how he and his team might be able to make sure that this is enforced, that'd be great.
Okay. This is a difficult one, Chief Heiss. And I do have a question for you myself, and maybe you can address it. Who enforces this? Is it only someone who is a police officer, or it can be anyone reports to the police? How is this all going to work?
So somebody can report it to the police. We would look into it. Would be the officers witnessing the complaint. Ultimately, we'd want to witness it for prosecution if we were going to prosecute on it. But we want to talk to somebody and have them stop doing whatever it was they were doing with the vaping or something that we would look into.
So if I were at an athletic field and I saw someone vaping, then I would have to call a police officer unless I saw one on the field, and I would have to report, wait for the person to come the officer to come, and then the officer would have to see that person vaping, or how would that all work?
Well, if you pointed it out, we can go talk to the person. We don't even have to witness it. But if we're going to prosecute on something like that, or anything like that, we want to witness it ourselves or have some sort of probable cause for it.
Okay. And what would be the consequences for someone vaping?
I'd have to look at exactly what the ordinance is that you guys are proposing with this. I haven't looked at this one.
Okay.
I was hoping just for a little more scared straight, drive your car around the parking lot multiple times a day so that, and, talk to enough kids that it becomes less attractive to be smoking any substance at a children's park.
It's the same.
Monitor.
Okay. Any other comments, Chief?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments by members of the council? Vice President Ludwig.
So this is the first reading. We could possibly institute a harsher penalty, right? If we want to consider for the next reading, an amendment.
We can amend the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Lima? You have a
So
question?
you're talking about a harsher penalty in the back there on page 66, the fines. First offense, $100, second offense, $250, third and any additional $500.
$1,000. I mean, we can make it whatever we want. I think that's part of what we're saying here, right? If it's going to be hard to enforce, when we enforce it, it better be worth it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that I am going to consider that as I review before we get to the second reading.
Okay.
So I have a question for Chief Price. If someone is identified as vaping and then the police officer comes over, I think you said basically you're going to give a talking to this person. You're not going to be charging $100 first offense, are you? And is some record kept of how many times someone is being, has an offense? So, how do you know if you got to second offense or third offense? Okay. Okay. Other questions? All right. What's the pleasure of the group? Do you want to make some amendments to the ordinance, come back at another time to review this ordinance, or approve the ordinance as is this evening? Yeah.
I'm ready to send this to the next phase. I think the general point of this is that we're acknowledging the advancement that's been made in tobacco use products and tobacco usage. We're putting up signage, and it's meant to be more of an awareness that the town of Coventry isn't tolerating that. So we've already made a motion, and I'd send it to, I think we already made a motion because we had to do some open discussion. So I'd appreciate sending this to a vote.
We can't do that tonight.
No. This is only the first time we're saying.
Why did we vote on the other one then?
That was a public hearing. This is the first reading.
This is public hearing on the agenda.
This is a public hearing, but it's on this new ordinance.
Right, so we're not voting on anything.
I don't believe so.
I'm so confused. Why is this public hearing different than the other one?
So
Public opinion.
yeah, so this is a public hearing to allow input. Obviously, when this comes back to the second reading, that's when it will be approved. There's an opportunity for this ordinance to be amended at any time prior to final adoption. And the amendments ostensibly would be based on direction of public comments, direction of the council to staff.
I still don't understand why they're different. They're listed exactly the same in this section of the agenda. I don't understand. Is it public hearing? Is it first reading? What is it?
So for ordinances require a public hearing and a first reading before it goes to second reading. A business application isn't an ordinance, so it just has a public hearing. So there are two different reasons for having a public hearing, and one follows the business licensing process. The other follows the ordinance process. And
Okay.
So all ordinances require a reading and then a second reading in another meeting.
Okay. I think normally in the past we've had something say first reading. That's why I was confused.
We may have, yeah.
That was a slip. So we will schedule a second reading and have a vote. And at that time, amendments may be made concerning offenses or anything else in the ordinance. And we also have to have time for this to be advertised appropriately. Okay. Any other questions on this? Okay. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Okay, Agenda F, discussion and/or action on the Department of Public Works survey on paving sidewalks. There were no page references in our packet. Mr. McGee, welcome. You did have to wait a little bit, only 2 hours this evening. I remember you said that. Yes.
Draft copy of what the road is going to be in the district's fourth page, and then it's going to read up these copy.
Once you pass those out, I would like you just to get to the microphone and give a little summary for the members of the public who are here or listening in on what this is all about, and then we will discuss the nitty-gritty of it, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Back in the fall of 2021, the Town Council authorized.
Sorry. Back in the fall of 2021, the Town Council approved a pavement management study, which was awarded to a company called Street Scan. They came through and scanned the streets throughout the town for pavement condition and for sidewalk condition. What you have before you tonight there is just the asphalt improvements that they're looking for. There's still additional crack filling and seal coating. They put an index to each one of the roads in town and to the sidewalks. We're going to concentrate mostly tonight on the pavement portion of it. We have a representative from the company, Street Scan, who is here via Zoom tonight to do the presentation. And then I have a list at Mr. LeBlanc's request, what streets I would propose having done for each district. I didn't have a dollar amount, which I was trying to get, so I didn't take the dollar amount into consideration. I just looked at what the most important streets were to be done based upon the PCI index for each of the districts. At this time, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. David Vines from Street Scan.
Thanks, Kevin.
Welcome to our meeting. Would you please state your name again, please, for the record?
Sure. My name is David Vines from Street Scan. All right. So I have a presentation here, some slides. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you all able to see the first slide here?
No, we do not see it.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, it's on one of our monitors and not the other. Okay, would you please stop sharing and then reshare again?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I just stopped and I'll do it again.
Mm.
Are you seeing it now?
Yeah, I think
It's only on one monitor, but not this one, this other monitor that we have here. Our IT administrator is going to work on this for us. Give us a couple of seconds.
Okay, no problem.
But now the public can't see that.
They can kind of stick. Oh, now it's okay.
We got it.
Great.
Magic.
It's like when your mom goes and looks for something.
Okay, good. All
Okay.
right. Mr. Bynes, we're all set for you.
All right, I'll get started here. First, thanks everyone for having me here tonight to give the presentation. And I'll just jump right in here with the goals for the presentation, which are to summarize StreetScan's methodology and results for Coventry's pavement conditions and pavement repair suggestions and repair costs. And regarding the agenda for tonight, first up is to discuss StreetScan's methodology for determining pavement conditions. And this will provide context for the next item on tonight's agenda, which is to summarize StreetScan's results for the pavement conditions in Coventry. Then I'll get into how these results for the pavement conditions can be used to determine repair suggestions and repair costs, where I'll first discuss the methodology. And from there, we can then discuss StreetScan's repair results for Coventry. Now, once we make it to the end of this section, at this point, we'll know, and I'll show you the suggested repair and repair cost for each street in the network. And I'll also add all of this up to show you the total cost to repair all of the streets in Coventry at once. But typically, municipalities don't perform all of these repairs and spend the total cost for all of them all at once. Instead, they break things up into a multi-year repair plan that has an annual budget that's just a fraction of the total cost. And StreetScan is able to generate and has generated these multi-year repair plans for Coventry. And this is actually the next topic on tonight's agenda, where I'll first discuss StreetScan's methodology for generating multi-year repair plans. And then finally, for tonight's presentation, we can discuss StreetScan's multi-year repair plans and the annual budget for repairs for Coventry. And that's the agenda for my presentation. So let's move into the first item here, which is to discuss StreetScan's methodology for determining pavement conditions. And the first step in the methodology is called the data collection. And this is where StreetScan's field crew actually went to Coventry with the scanning car, which is shown here. And they drove it and collected data with it over each street. And the primary sensors that it collected data with are 3D cameras that are mounted at the rear of the car here. And they're facing down towards the ground, and they are creating a 3D map of the pavement surface. Then we also have a 360-degree camera that's mounted to the roof up here. This is providing Google Street View type imagery. And then there's also GPS, which is mounted to the roof as well, right here. That's allowing us to assign a position to all of this imagery data that's being collected from the other sensors. Now, after data collection has been completed with this scanning car, we then need to perform processing on the collected data in order to determine the pavement conditions. And the way that this processing step works is that we take the data that was collected from the cameras on the scanning car, and we feed this into StreetScan's distress detection process that's shown here. And this process detects these 7 distresses. So we have bumps and surface distortions, we have potholes, we have patches, longitudinal and transverse cracks, block cracks, alligator cracks, and crack seal as well. And all of these distress detections, the type and location, are actually a deliverable for the project for Coventry that is provided for each of the streets. And in addition to providing them as a deliverable like this, we also take these distress detections. And as we can see here, we take them and we feed them into StreetScan's algorithm for the Pavement Condition Index, or PCI, which uses these distress detections, the type and quantity of them, to calculate a Pavement Condition Index, or PCI, value for each street, which is output over here. And this PCI value, this is the main value that we deliver for each street to indicate the pavement conditions. And it's a value in the range of 0 to 100, but it can also be considered as the 7 ranges that are shown here, where a street is in excellent condition, which is the best possible condition, if it has a PCI in the range of 85 to 100, and a street is a little bit worse and in just good condition, if it has a PCI in the range of 70 to 85, fair condition is 55 to 70, poor is 40 to 55, very poor 25 to 40, serious is 10 to 25. And lastly, a street is in failed condition, which is the worst possible condition, if it has a PCI in the range of 0 to 10. And just to reinforce the meaning of PCI and these ranges here, I do have some examples of streets at different PCI ranges to review with you on the next few slides here. So we can start simple here with this first example. This is for a street in the highest or best PCI range of 85 to 100, which is excellent condition. And for these streets, as we can see here, they will have either very few distresses on them or no distresses at all. In this next example, we have a street in the second highest PCI range of 70 to 85, which is good condition. And for these streets, most of the surface will be distress-free, but there will definitely be some distresses, which is the case here where we have this longitudinal cracking here on this left side. And then over here on the right, we have some crack seal. And then in this next example, we have a street in the PCI range of 25 to 40, which is very poor condition. And for these streets, and just in general, whenever we move to a lower PCI range, the quantity of the distresses will increase and the depth and thickness of the distresses will increase as well. And some of that is happening here, where we have all of these alligator cracks over here on the left side. We have alligator cracks in front here as well. We have a region of patching right here. We have more patching up here and dense patching up here as well. And then the last example that I have here, this is for a street in the lowest or worst PCI range of 0 to 10, which is failed condition. And for these streets, the distresses can cover the entire surface. And also there are typically large portions of the surface that are missing. And we can see that that is the case here, where large portions of the pavement surface are actually missing, this big piece right here. And then for the other portions where pavement exists, they are covered in cracking or alligator cracking. So hopefully this example and the previous ones provided a basic idea about how PCI values and ranges relate to pavement conditions. And now that we have this context, this will help with the next topic for today, which is StreetScan's results for the pavement conditions in Coventry. And first up is the Pavement Condition Index, or PCI table that I'm showing here, which contains all of the street segments, and the street name is listed in this column here. And then we have the from street name for each segment, the to street name, we have the length of each street, and then most importantly for tonight's presentation, in this last column here, we have the PCI value that StreetScan determined for each street. And at the bottom of this table here, at the bottom of this slide, I have this note. This note is just to indicate that this is only a sample of the PCI table. Coventry staff will have access to the full thing for all 1,465 streets in the StreetLogic software that's included with this project. And something else that can be done in this StreetLogic software is that it can show a map of the PCI results from this column, which we call the PCI map. And that looks like this, where the way it works is that we can see all of the streets and they're color coded based on the PCI that StreetScan determined for them. For example, looking at the legend over here, we have the same 7 PCI ranges that we discussed earlier. And any streets on the map that are in this green color, they are in excellent condition with the PCI in the range of 85 to 100. Any streets that happen to be in this red color, they're in very poor condition with a PCI in the range of 25 to 40, and so on for the other colors and ranges in the legend here. And within the included Street Logic software, Coventry staff will be able to zoom in and take a closer look wherever you'd like. And you'll even be able to turn on and view the distresses that StreetScan detected that contributed to the PCIs on this map, which we call the distress map. And that is shown on this next slide, where there are now icons all over the streets to indicate the location and type of distresses that were detected. And we can take a closer look, a zoomed in look, by advancing just one more slide here to this view here. And let's focus on this street segment right here. And what we can see is happening along this street is that we have this pin-shaped icon. So right here, here, all in this region here, we have these pins. We have the pins up here as well, and up here too. And then according to the legend over here, that pin-shaped icon is associated with alligator cracks. So this street has alligator cracking all over it. Another icon that I'm seeing here is this circular shaped icon right here, a region of them right here as well. And this circular shaped icon is associated with longitudinal and transverse cracks. Another icon that I'm seeing is this star shaped icon. There's 3 of them right here. These are associated with bumps and surface distortions. And then the last icon that I'm seeing here is up top here. There's this red flag-shaped icon. And this one, according to the legend, is associated with a pothole. So we can see from a distress map like this that among the contributors to this street's condition, its PCI value, are alligator cracks, longitudinal and transverse cracks, bumps and surface distortions, and a pothole. And if we want further confidence beyond just seeing the icons on this distress map, then in the included Street Logic software, we can select the location that we're interested in. For example, we could select right here. So we could select right here, which is the location of a pothole distress icon. And then for this location in the Street Logic software, we can pull up an image from StreetScan's scanning car, which I'm showing right here. And in this image, we can see what the pothole looks like in real life. And Coventry staff will be able to do this, or is able to do this, for any distress icon or location throughout the municipality. Now, this imagery and the distress map, as well as the PCI map and PCI table that I showed earlier, all of these provide a detailed street-by-street understanding of the pavement conditions. But we can also summarize all of this data by calculating a few statistics. For example, we can look at the average PCI for all of the streets in the network, which for all 168 miles of them is an average PCI of 59, which is in the PCI range that's considered to be fair condition. And another statistic is a breakdown of how many of the streets fall into each of the 7 PCI ranges that we discussed earlier. And that's shown over here on the right. So we can see that in the failed condition PCI range of 0 to 10, there are 0% of the streets, which is good. And then in the serious condition PCI range of 10 to 25, there are just 1% of the streets, or 2 miles. In very poor condition, there are 26% of the streets, or 43 miles. Poor condition, there are 19%, or 32 miles. In fair condition, there are 16%, or 27 miles. Good condition, 24%, or 40 miles. And lastly, in excellent condition, there are 14% of the streets, or 23 miles. So this slide and the past few were a summary of StreetScan's results for the pavement conditions in Coventry. Now, a key application for these results is to use them for determining repair suggestions and repair cost estimates. And that's what I'd like to talk about next. And before I get into the actual results here, I'll first discuss StreetScan's methodology, where the main item to consider in this methodology, I'm hinting at it with this graphic here. It's the repair decision tree, which is what all of StreetScan's repair suggestions and repair cost estimates are dependent on. And regarding what this repair decision tree is and how it works, I can walk you through that on this next slide. With this repair decision tree that I'm showing here, which was designed as a collaboration between StreetScan and Coventry or with Kevin. And the way this repair decision tree works is that if we look up top here, we have a street coming in, just one street at a time, and we consider that street's PCI value that was determined by StreetScan. And if the street's PCI is in the range of 90 to 100, then we're following this branch over here, and we end up at this box here, where the repair suggestion is defer maintenance, which just means that nothing needs to be done for this street, no repairs or maintenance are needed. But if the street's PCI was in the range of 70 to 90, then we would have followed this branch here, and we end up at this box here with a repair suggestion of crack seal or surface treatment, where the surface treatment could be something like a fog seal or a slurry seal or microsurfacing, for example. And the unit cost to perform this type of repair is shown right here to be $5 per square yard. And then the full cost for the repair to perform it on the entire street is just this unit cost here times the area of the street, which is the calculation that I'm showing down here. Now, if the street's PCI instead was in the range of 40 to 70, then we're following this branch here, and we're ending up with a repair suggestion of mill and overlay. And the unit cost for mill and overlay is $25 per square yard. And again, the full cost for the repair on the street would be this unit cost times the area of the street. And finally, if the street's PCI is in the range of 0 to 40, then we're ending up over here with a repair suggestion of reconstruction, which has a unit cost of $50 per square yard. And again, the full cost for the repair is this unit cost times the area of the street. Now, for Coventry, within the included StreetLogic software, this repair decision tree was applied to the full municipality. And this generated a repair suggestion and repair cost for each street in the network, which can be seen over here in this repair suggestion table, which is similar to the PCI table that I showed earlier, where this table has all of the streets listed in it. And the street name is in this column here. And then we have the from street name, the to street name, the length. We also have the PCI value that StreetScan determined for each street in this column. And then what's new here is that in this column, we now have the repair suggestion for each street, which is coming from that repair decision tree that we were just talking about. And then in this last column here, we have the repair cost to perform this repair suggestion, which is also coming from that repair decision tree and its unit cost values. So for example, if we look at the first row in the table here, the first street in the table, this one had a PCI of 81. And then the repair suggestion that it got from the repair decision tree is crack seal or surface treatment. And then the cost to perform this repair suggestion is shown over here to be about $3,200. Another example here, we could go down to the third row, third street in the table. This one had a lower PCI of 57. So it ended up getting a repair suggestion of mill and overlay from that repair decision tree. And the cost to perform this repair suggestion for this street is about $16,000. And one more example here, we could go all the way down here to the bottom. Look at the last row, the last street in the table here. This one had a very high PCI of 93. So it's in excellent condition. The repair suggestion for it from the repair decision tree is now defer maintenance, which means doing nothing, which is free. So it's no surprise that the repair cost over here is $0. And again, I have this note down here at the bottom of the slide. This is just to indicate that this is only a sample of the repair suggestion table. Coventry staff will have access to the full thing for all 1,465 streets in the street logic software that's included with the project. And something else that can be done in this street logic software is that it can show a map of the repair suggestions from this column right here, which we call the repair suggestion map. And that looks like this, where this is similar to the PCI map that I showed earlier, where we can see all of the streets and they're color coded based on the repair suggestion that was made for them by the repair decision tree from a few slides back. And the meaning of the different colors is shown in the legend over here, where we can see that we have defer maintenance, we have crack seal or surface treatment, mill and overlay, and reconstruction. Now, this repair suggestion map and the repair suggestion table that I showed before it, these give us that detailed street-by-street understanding of the repair suggestions and costs. But just like we did before, we can also summarize all of this data by calculating a few statistics. For example, what percentage of the streets are receiving each of the different repair suggestions? That's what I'm showing in this chart here, where we can see that defer maintenance is suggested for 9% of the streets, or 15 miles. Crack seal or surface treatment is suggested for 29% of the streets, or 49 miles. Mill and overlay for 37%, or 61 miles. And lastly, reconstruction is suggested for 25% of the streets, or 42 miles. And moving beyond this type of breakdown, something else that we can do is use the cost information from the repair decision tree to obtain the total cost of all the repairs that are being suggested in this chart. And that's what I'm showing on this next slide, where the total repair cost for all of the defer maintenance that was suggested is $0, which it should be because defer maintenance is doing nothing, which is free. And the total repair cost for all of the crack seal or surface treatment that was suggested is about $3.5 million. For all of the mill and overlay, it's about $21.5 million. And for all of the reconstruction, it's about $29.6 million. And lastly, the total repair cost for all of the streets in the network, which is just all of the repair costs on this chart added together, is shown up top here to be a total repair cost of about $54.5 million. So at this point, thanks to the repair decision tree, we now have the suggested repair and repair cost for each street in the network. And I've also added everything up to get the total cost of about $54.5 million that would be needed to repair all of the streets in Coventry at once. But typically, municipalities don't perform all of these repairs and spend the total cost for all of them all at once. Instead, they break things up into a multi-year repair plan where they have a budget to spend on repairs each year that's much lower than the total repair cost. And they use this budget to repair just a portion of the streets each year. And StreetScan, and more specifically, the included Street Logic software, is able to generate and has generated these multi-year repair plans for Coventry. And these plans are what I have as being next here to discuss with you on tonight's agenda. But before I get into the actual multi-year repair plans that were generated for Coventry, I'll first discuss StreetScan's methodology, where the main item to consider in this methodology is StreetScan's algorithm for generating multi-year repair plans, which is summarized on this slide here, where on the left side, we have the inputs to the algorithm. And the first one is the PCI table that we discussed earlier in the presentation, which of course has the PCI values that StreetScan determined for each street. Then we also have the repair decision tree that we've also been discussing, which describes the appropriate repair methods for Coventry and their unit costs. And then in addition to these inputs, another input is that the algorithm needs to be told by Coventry staff or whoever's running it what the objectives are for this multi-year repair plan that it's going to be generating. Specifically, the algorithm needs to be told what the duration of the plan will be. Will it be a 3-year repair plan, 5-year plan, or a 10-year plan, for example? And the algorithm also needs to be told what the annual budget will be, which is how much money the municipality wants to spend on pavement repairs each year. Is it $1 million each year, $3 million per year, or $5 million, for example? And then the last input that I'm showing here is the deterioration curve. And this is important because, for example, if we want the algorithm to generate a 10-year repair plan, then over these 10 years, all of the streets throughout the network that don't get repaired, their condition or PCI is going to deteriorate. And because of this deterioration, the repair treatment that streets require at the end of the 10 years may be different and more expensive versus what they needed at the beginning or midway through the 10 years. And of course, we want the algorithm and the multi-year repair plan that it generates to capture and account for this deterioration. And the way that we accomplish this is that we input data that approximates how streets will deteriorate over time. And we call that the deterioration curve. So this deterioration curve, plus all of the previous inputs, as we can see here, they get fed into StreetScan's algorithm for multi-year repair plans, which leverages and calculates using all of this input data to output the optimized, most cost-effective multi-year repair plan over here. And this multi-year repair plan, it includes a table that shows all of the streets that need to be repaired for the plan and what year each street needs to be repaired in, and the repair method that should be used for each street, and the cost to perform that repair for that street. Plus, the multi-year repair plan also shows you for each year of the plan what the network's average PCI will be after the plan's budget has been spent for that year and the plan's repairs for that year have been completed. Now, for Coventry, within the included StreetLogic software, this multi-year repair plan algorithm was applied to generate 3 separate 10-year repair plans. The first plan has a budget of $3.5 million each year for Coventry to spend on repairs. The second plan has a budget of $2.5 million each year, and the third plan has a budget of $1.5 million each year. And we can take a look at these 3 plans that were generated over on this next slide. And first, let's focus on the 10-year repair plan that was generated, where the budget is for Coventry to spend $3.5 million each year on pavement repairs. And for this plan, it's not shown here, but we do have in the included StreetLogic software a big table that shows exactly which streets the plan suggests for repair in year 1, year 2, year 3, and so on for all 10 years. However, this large detailed table isn't the focus of this slide. Instead, what we have here in this chart is for each year of this 10-year repair plan, what will be the new average PCI for the network after Coventry has spent that year's $3.5 million budget and all of the plan's suggested repairs for that year have been completed. So, for example, at year 0 here, all the way on the left, year 0, that's the current year, 2022. The average PCI for the network is 59, or fair condition, which is the same value that I showed earlier in the presentation. But then we have the first year of the plan where $3.5 million is spent on repairs. And at the end of this first year, the average PCI has increased to 62. Then we spend another $3.5 million on repairs. And at the end of year 2, we're at 62 again. And then in year 3, we actually, after spending another $3.5 million, we've dropped to 61. In year 4, we're at 61 again. In year 2, we start to go back up. We're at 62. In year 6, we go up to 64, and so on all the way up until the end here at 10 years, where we've actually made it up to a PCI value of 72, which is now in good condition versus the fair condition that we started with. So that's what happens for a 10-year repair plan where the budget is $3.5 million each year. Now let's see what happens for a second 10-year repair plan that was generated where the budget is to spend a bit less at $2.5 million each year. And this second plan is shown by the blue line that's now visible on the chart, where we can see that this plan over the 10 years gets the average PCI for Coventry's entire network to a 64 at the end, which is considered to be fair condition, which is the same condition range that we were in at the beginning. So we were at fair in the beginning and we're at fair at the end here as well, although we did go up a few PCI points, which is good. And lastly, let's see what happens for a third 10-year repair plan that was generated where the budget is to spend $1.5 million each year. And this third plan is shown by the red line that's now visible on the chart, where we can see that with this plan over the 10 years, the average PCI for Coventry's entire network is actually dropping down to a 50, which is considered to be poor condition. Now, regarding which of these three plans or maybe a different plan is right for Coventry, of course, this is up to Coventry. But if you're looking to either keep the average PCI where it's currently at in fair condition or to increase it up to good condition, then from this chart, it's looking like the budget for repairs each year should be above $1.5 million per year. And that's the last item that I had on the agenda for tonight, which means that we're now at the end of my presentation here. And I think the last thing is just to open it up to you and see if you had any questions that you wanted to bring up here at the end, or maybe we want to hand it over to Kevin.
Kevin, your pleasure. Could you just tell us what the what your budget is for road repair currently, or in this current budget? Helps level set us based on what we're seeing here.
Sure. I'd be more than happy to. As you can see, what it would be if we actually went to 1.5 million would still be going downhill range. For the last 6 years, we've been budgeting zero. So, and this year, the council and the voters have voted zero again. So you can imagine where that goes in that chart. We can continue to go downhill. We have $80,000 allocated for the Public Works Department for asphalt repairs. That's patching, that's cold patch. There's nothing for berms. There's nothing for road paving projects. And we haven't had any since the 2014 infrastructure bond was passed for $10.7 million, in which we did 70 roads were paved. We did bridge, we did culverts. We had 110 roads that we crack sealed. So we did a lot with the money at that point, but we haven't invested a dime since then into road pavement. I can't, people complain, my roads, falling apart. I can't do it with bubble gum and duct tape. All we can do is patch. The roads that we did pave, the 70 roads that we paved, then back in 2015, 2016, they all need to have crack filling done now so that we don't get them to deteriorate. And that's where you see the good range and excellent range. But with no money for that either, that's going to continue to deteriorate to a point where we have to then go mill and overlay and then do the reconstruction. The roads that we're looking at milling and overlaying and reconstruction, which I presented to you, just the asphalt from PCIs from 0 to 70. I didn't include the fog sealing, the crack filling in that portion. This is just asphalt work. And that asphalt work is what we provided to you by district, which has the worst PCIs. That's not the ideal way of doing it. We should be doing a budget that has some reconstruction work, some mill and overlay work, and some restoration work, whether it be crack filling and sealing. That way you've got a complete program going that all the roads aren't going to deteriorate at the same time. And in 20 years from now, all have to be fixed at the same time. So you fix the ones that are in the excellent by doing the sealing, you do the mill and overlay, you do your reconstruction, and then you continue to do that on an annual basis. This was done in a snapshot of time back from October of 21 to January of 22. You all know what those numbers that we're showing right now, what's happened with the economy since then. These numbers are low. We haven't revisited those until we know what money that the town is willing to invest in its infrastructure. Eventually, the roads are going to be gone. Somebody's going to have to invest in it sometime. And we can't do that unless everybody understands that without budgeting for road pavement, you're never going to get it done. It's only going to get worse. And we're already going to be worse now because this is almost a year old. And these numbers and these PCI indexes that were done are already outdated. And when we started this program, I cautioned the council then, if you're not going to invest in the money, don't even bother with the pavement study because you're just throwing good money after bad. And to date, we still don't have any money for pavement. I'm sorry, I get a little wound up about this because I continue talking to all you folks, and it's just the voters don't want to pay for extra money for taxes. You folks have your hands tied, and so do I. Mr. LeBlanc had asked, like I said earlier, had asked for what roads I would suggest to have done based upon these PCIs, and I've had that list. I provided it to the town manager just the other day. So I said, don't worry about the pipe, talk about what road. So that's what I did. But it looks like we would have to invest about $50 a district for about $5.3 million in order to be in the this trend if it's done correctly. And that's the beginning. I can only tell you the facts of where we are and where we're going, and somebody has to take the bull by the horns and take action on it. And that's why we're suggesting that some of the ARPA funds be utilized for infrastructure. And that's why the money was taken out of my budget. So they thought it was going to be used for ARPA funding for it. Well, that's what I need. And we've already missed the paving season because all the contractors are booked up for the infrastructure program that the federal government provided. Nobody's got room to the end of this year. So we're looking at spring of next year. If you said today, Kevin, here's your $5.3 million, we would look at the spring of 2023.
And when you got a bond in 2014, what was that total amount?
$10.7 million.
10.7 million?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the council. Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you, President Dixon. I do have a couple. Thank you for the presentation tonight. I really appreciate it. I know paving is one of the hot items in town. A couple points I wanted to clarify. We do have a capital budget and we also have a contingency fund budget. So, and I know the contingency fund went up about 200,000, and I know capital, I don't know off the top of my head exactly what it was, but I thought it was around 500. Is that correct? Yep. So we do have some funds there. And then my understanding is we have ARPA funds as well. I certainly believe that we should be using some of the ARPA funds for paving. Couple questions for you, Kevin. I do believe that the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank does have a municipal road and bridge revolving loan fund, but you have to be on the priority list to be able to use it. And just so the council knows, once you're on that priority list, you're actually eligible for interest subsidized at 33% below what the borrower's market rate was if you were to go to a bank. And they can be repaid over 20 years. So I looked at the 2020 to 2021, and there was only one town that actually used it, and that was New Shoreham.
We had presented to the council at that point to do that, and we were told that the project priority list was not going to be. We're not going to put one in for 2021. So
you were in front of this council with that?
No, not this council, prior council.
Oh, I would suggest that we try to do that again. Because now that we have ARPA funds, we definitely would not. I would think that we would want to be on that list.
Every funding capabilities I can if the council is going to support it. So we have to provide our matching portion of that. So
understood. I just anytime we can get a discount, I think we should go after it, and I think that's one that we should utilize. Another question I had, thank you for this list, the proposed list. But
you folks pick out which ones in your district you think you want to prioritize if you can't fund the $1 million plus per district.
Understood. But using the information that we got from Street Scan, I didn't know if you could add the PCI list to this.
That's on the other list. I gave you those streets on the other list I gave you.
The other list.
Yep, the one I gave you earlier tonight.
Oh,
That
okay.
actually,
But is this in Excel? I just didn't know if you could just quickly add the PCI list.
it's very difficult. Some of those roads have multiple PCIs because certain sections of the road.
Got it.
So it's hard to
an average.
put that together. It would give you a skewed number. That's why the yellow list shows you what those numbers are.
I can take a peek at the other list and try to use what you've given us. One of my suggestions in the past was instead of you deciding what streets in town get repaved, I thought it would be a good idea. What other towns do is they set a budget, and then that budget is set up, and then the council member from each district actually gets to select the streets.
And that's what
So I understand. I feel as though that would be something that we should possibly consider as well. That's all my comments. Thanks.
Questions from any other member of the council? Okay, Mr. Shockley.
Yeah, I really appreciate this presentation. It's very eye-opening. I would say, in accordance with what Councilmember LeBlanc said, I think looking into as many means of helping pay for this is important. You know, even if voter support becomes something that we can depend on, there's only so much that budget can increase on an annual basis, and more than just the roads that are in that capital. I definitely see the importance of doing this. It touches all the residents of the town. But like I said, even if voters start supporting our budgets, we will require other sources of funding. ARPA is just one. And I'm really curious, do you have any idea how the federal money could help Coventry at all or impact what we might be able to do?
Most of the money coming from the federal government is going to the states. And we have been trying between the Rhode Island Public Works Association, along with some of the senators and reps from the area, to get the state RIDOT to divvy up each community to get some of that money. They were asking for just $50 million and giving each community $1 million. And obviously, RIDOT doesn't want to give up any of that. Currently, we're in the process of working with Beta Engineering. We're applying for a Safe Streets for All grant that would identify the arterial roads in town and put those on a list for pavement. It's a 2-year process. We have to go through the program right now, which we're doing with them. And then next year, once the application is presented, they will look at funding each of the communities at that point based upon their application. So yes, that's one part. Because if you're trying to take it out of the operating budget, which is the taxes, you may want to look at what they've done in the past, and that is through bonding. And by bonding a certain amount each year, that it's not in the operating budget at that point. It's part of just the finance portion of it.
Yeah.
But it's not the voters would just approve a multi-year bond for road reconstruction and pavement for say it's a 5-year program.
Yeah. And I wouldn't necessarily want it fully taken out of our operating budget. But the fact of the matter is there's only so quickly we can grow that capital fund. And this does highlight the fact that as a town, we can't depend on our annual budget.
No.
Vice President Ludwig.
Director McGee, just to your earlier point, you were talking about some of the data, started back in October. What about and maybe this is also for David on the phone, I don't know, but what about the number that was used in the algorithm earlier in terms of, if it's very
square yard?
Yeah,
that was all determined with 50, those numbers. Those were all determined with numbers back in that same time frame. Things have changed. We've not changed that. We have not gone back to update those numbers, but those numbers are already, as you're well aware of the oil prices, those numbers are obsolete. So 54 million is not a true number. It's probably more. I don't want to even guess how much more of that, but it's more than that. And the other piece of this that we also did was a sidewalk condition index, similar to the same layout, but the SCI, the sidewalk condition, is considered in this town a 70, which is also in the fair range. So our roads are in fair condition, our sidewalks are in fair condition. The length, we have 98 miles of sidewalks to repair at a cost of $12,159,000 $0.71. 54 plus 12, and add on a factor of what the inflation factor is right now.
So I do think we need to have some sort of updated cost. The 50, 25, 5 that was used. I mean,
for when though, ma'am? If we do it for today, and we're not going to do anything for another 6 months, it's going to be outdated by the time we're getting ready to do it.
Well, I'm not asking for it tonight, so let's everybody calm down. But I do think we're going to need some sort of updated estimated price for us to figure out what the right method is, because the numbers are going to look even worse than what's on the screen right now if this number is like 150 and 10, something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't do construction at all. I have no idea what these numbers could be right now. So I do think at some point we're going to have to update that number. I am just thinking this could be a part of our ARPA discussion for later, for a later agenda. I agree with, trying to find alternative routes. Those are all positive things. But I do think this is one of those things that needs to be talked about as a capital plan in general and what we want to do moving forward, because somebody's going to have to put all of this together. And so we've done the first part. I think getting the company to come in and do the analysis so we can see in black and white and actually have evidence of what streets are truly the worst without, having to second guess and say, oh, well, you just think it's the worst. Like, no, there's actual proof here. You can click on it and see. I think this was the first step in the process. The next part of the process really feels like we need to understand what all the funding options are. So I'm not sure how we answer that tonight, but it does feel like an item that we need to discuss with the manager about how to prioritize something like this, because I'm not clear on whether that goes all through your office, Mr. McGee, Director McGee, or not. But I mean, if we're talking about going out for bonding, what are some of those options? Like, we have to have the manager involved with that.
The grant applications we're doing in-house from our department with an engineering firm. The bonding program that we did back in 2014, we did in conjunction with the town manager in the finance department, but put together what we thought the roads were on our own PCI that we had developed ourselves, and were able to do all that work. And we actually were able to purchase a couple pieces of equipment that we were lacking at the time. So we don't need any more equipment right now, but we do need roads to be and sidewalks. And part of those sidewalks, when we do those, is going to include curbing. Some of those areas of curbing that is deteriorated are going to be replaced with the sidewalks. So these sidewalk numbers are just for sidewalks. So there's an additional cost that we can plug in there for berm or concrete curbing or granite curbing to be replaced at the same time the sidewalks are.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank StreetScan. I know we invested money to have a report, and this exceeded my expectations. We not only got data, it was a lot of value add in this particular report, lots of ways to look at the data, slice and dice and analyze it. And so recommended approaches was very, very valuable, so we can understand what we're going to get for our money. And we do need updated data. I'm thinking about how to approach this, because we do need to have some direction by the council. We need to understand better what each of the council members are thinking about, how much they want to invest in road repair per year, and what would be the various methods which we have to investigate concerning the financing, because you've suggested a number of finance options, bonds, multi-year bonds, using some ARPA money, using some CIP money. We could patchwork a road and we could patchwork a project here, but it looks like we need to have a more comprehensive long-range plan, short-range plan, and a long-range plan. And,
Exactly.
we need to understand the direction that the council wants to go. And until we understand that, there's no point in even putting a lot of time and effort into these financing plans, but we do need to understand them better. On this proposed streets to be paved, is this based on the PCI number?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what it means. I mean, like, I know West Log Bridge Road is in deplorable condition.
Correct.
But I mean, I don't know if this is just a list of things that are in poor to very poor condition, or what it is.
Yeah, if you look at the other list that I gave you earlier tonight,
Yeah.
if if you go to your district and you go to West Lockbridge Road, it'll show you what the PCI index is,
right,
and what the recommendation for that happens to be a reconstruction. And unfortunately, in District 1, all of your roads, because they're so long, are over $100,000. So you only had 3 roads that we could do to even equal that $1 million.
No, I understand.
Where District 5, we had, I don't know, 15 roads, I believe. For District 4, we had 40 roads. I'm proposing that we could actually get paved if you actually applied $5.3 million of the funding for it.
No, and I understand. I also, another consideration is the amount of traffic on some of these roads too.
We take that into
Some
account.
of the roads do need a lot of repair. There's no doubt about it, but maybe only 5 people use that road per day, whereas other roads may have 100 people using it per day. So there's another consideration too.
We looked at some of these roads that are dead ends and what the traffic counts could be.
Right.
And they have been deferred from many other years, but they've gotten to a point of their condition now that they need to be replaced, repaired because of the Whitman Road. We were going to do that with the last group, but we ran out of money. Now we're looking at trying to do Whitman Road now, even though it's a shorter road, but it also feeds another road.
So are we to understand that this list is what?
From your list?
No, PCI, if we were to look at it, is it PCI values of?
Yes. The PCI values are in there.
All low numbers?
Yes, those are all depending on if they're mill and overlay, those are going to be the range that able to show us, in that condition of fair condition. We have 0 roads that are failed. We have some roads that are in poor condition, and those are the ones that are in the 14 PCI to 22, 28. Okay. So
it's a mixture.
It's a mixture, yes.
Okay, based on your best estimate.
Based upon the facts.
Data. Okay, fine. That's good. So I think the next thing the council has to do is have a very thorough discussion concerning the direction it wants to go. I mean, we do have pressures on us for school reconstruction, road construction. There are a lot of needs, and they're not frivolous needs. They're very important needs that we have.
Without good roads, they can't get to school. So
I think that was a good segue.
There you go.
That was a good segue. So I think we need to put on a council meeting as quickly as possible, a discussion of the direction in which the council wishes to go. It just got this information. There's a lot to absorb. I'm sure people want to look at the roads that are in their district, et cetera, in order to look at their data. So we'll hopefully maybe the first meeting in September, we can have a discussion about what's the direction we want to go on road improvement in the town, and then start looking at finance options. And perhaps Mr. Marchand would be able to lend some information at that meeting about potential finance options. Not detailed, but sort of an overview. Okay. All right. Mrs. Lima?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I'm really glad we invested in this and got this information, even if some of it is a little outdated now. I wanted to say publicly that, in my opinion, I definitely think that we shouldn't be flying by the seat of our pants and saying, well, how much can we cobble together, no pun intended, to pave roads this year? I really do think it needs to be a regular investment. I know that's difficult to figure out, especially in a town where we're voting on a budget every year with the referendum. But I do think that that's what's necessary to be most economically efficient with our investment. I echo the sentiments of my other council members in terms of alternate funding sources. I think ramping up to an amount per year that we have in a specific line item is great. And I just wanted to vocalize, this is something that like trash pickup, like plowing, like school departments, it's one of the most extremely front-facing aspects of municipal government is the condition of roads. And this is something people do expect their tax dollars to invest in and maintain. My only last question is, can you just clarify for me the difference between the mill and overlay and construction? Because what if I'm looking out my house and I look at my street and I see trucks doing repaving or whatever, what are characteristically the differences look like? Because to me, those sound the same.
Okay. In a mill and overlay, they'll take an asphalt miller and take 1.5 inches of
Yep.
asphalt off, still leaving a base course, and then overlay it with another 1.5 inch back. So they haven't changed the profile of the road, but they replaced that.
Yep.
Some of the roads with the lower PCIs, there is no milling overlay. You have to do a total reconstruction down to the gravel,
Oh,
redo the gravel, and then come back in with either 3 or 4 inches of asphalt and two layers.
okay. My last point is I don't want us to beat this to death in terms of having this on 4 or 5 council agendas. I do think it sounds like if we want to actually get some paving done when the spring comes, we have a very tight window in terms of booking these companies to be able to get any paving done before the end of this fiscal year. So I know we want to move deliberately and we want to make sure we make the right decision, the right investment, have the right plan. But at the same time, I want us to be cognizant of if we do want to see paving done before the end of this fiscal year, we have a very tight window to physically do so. That's it.
And then I just add that whatever budget amount the council decides on, I will maximize the amount of roads that we can have done by those areas. If we can find a different way of doing a road to save money, we'll use every avenue that we have once I have a dollar amount I can back into.
So to that end, I mean, even if it isn't establishing this comprehensive plan to this extent for FY23, if we at least wanted to do something, it sounds like we have a tight window to do that.
I've got no more money in holes. There's no more funds that have money in them. They were all expended last year with the 3 roads that we've done. So there's 0. So it's all on you folks now, giving us direction. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McGee, we'll hopefully get this on the September 12th agenda.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, agenda item F2, discussion and or action on application process to request use of ARPA funds and process to evaluate requests. We have a reference page 70, which Mr. Marchand put together based on feedback that he received from 3 council members. And then we also have a handout which we received, which Vice President Ludwig put together. So the purpose of the discussion is to review these application forms for organizations and other entities to apply for ARPA funds from the town of Coventry, and to review some criteria by which we may go about selecting requestors for funding. It also has been suggested that we have a process by which any kind of request for money might be made using the same application form. So the discussion is now open. I hope you've all looked at page 70 in our form and looked at the form which Ms. Ludwig has also created. And as I said before, the form that Mr. Marchand put together for us is based on input from 3 of us council members. So Ms. Ludwig, would you like to start with your form, please?
So actually, I'd request we take a step back. I don't think we should be looking at the form itself until we agree as a council what types of projects we'd like to have the ARPA funds go towards. And specifically what I mean is we have previously heard public comment back in January for some suggestions. We have had a few groups, such as some of the fire departments, submit some numbers. We've had a town survey that says what people think we should be spending funds on. But I'm not sure we've actually had a town council discussion on what these funds should be used for. So what I'd like to suggest is first we get clarity on whether we have a majority opinion on whether or not to use ARPA funding for COVID-related projects only. For example, only for programs or organizations that were negatively impacted specifically because of COVID, or if we want to also look at projects that, while not specifically impacted by COVID, could have a benefit to the community. So I'll give you an example. If there is a project that would benefit the community that comes from an organization such as a lake association or something. I'm just using an example that they talked about in the January session. They were not directly impacted by COVID, for example, necessarily. But if they have a specific request to say we could improve the community by doing XYZ project for $10,000. We could do whatever the project is. I personally would like to know what that is and what the benefit to the community would be and who that would impact. And I don't think we should only be looking at projects that only had someone who was specifically impacted by COVID. My understanding is that the funds that we've received at this point can be used in discretionary manner and do not have to be tied back to, for example, a revenue loss. So I would like to ask Mr. Marchant to help clarify that point. And then if I can ask President Dixon, if we could please hear from the other members, I would appreciate that.
Of course, we always do. Mr. Marchant, what percentage of the funds have to be used for COVID-related issues?
This has been a ever-changing target, but the U.S. Treasury's last statement was that the first 10 million for all communities is deemed revenue replacement. So they're assuming all communities lost up to that amount, and they're not going to require the specific accounting on as to how that is used. However, if you were to use that revenue recovery replacement to do something that was explicitly prohibited, like paying down debt or adding to your pension programs, that could raise questions that they might disagree with. And so while ostensibly we have discretion to use it for any purposes, I think we still want to try to adhere to the intended use as much as possible, especially for infrastructure, wastewater, stormwater, sewer, that were explicitly authorized. But we do have some discretion to use for town projects, as we have already for as the council approved for the performance audit and the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the first 10 million, and what is the total amount that we're working with now?
It's 10.2.
10.2 million.
And change.
Okay, thank you.
President Dixon, just a quick question.
Yes, Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. Marshall, can you just clarify how much we've actually received? Because we haven't received the 10.2 million currently.
We've received just over 8 million so far.
Okay. And when is the rest expected?
I'm not sure if it's in the next month or if that disbursement's been delayed, but I can check into that for you.
Okay, but right now we've got 8 million.
Yes.
To be considered. Okay.
And it is an entirely separate bank account from all other funds. It's not commingled, and we're treating it as exclusive to that purpose.
Okay, thank you. All right, comments from the members of the council. Mr. LeBlanc.
I believe ARPA funds should go towards roads, trash and recycling. We always have trucks that are down. I get a bunch of complaints about those trucks. So when they're down, so I would like to make sure that they're repaired. I do believe fire departments. I'm going to put it this way. If the fire departments were a muni department, they definitely would have received ARPA funds. The police, since they are a muni department, they got about $2 million. I think it was last year. So they also, you guys got, No. Well, the town received, I believe, $2 million.
And effectively it was 1 million because the state withheld 1 million in motor vehicle.
Oh, so they offset it, but it was 2 million at one point.
It was 2 million in the disbursement. Yeah.
Got it. It just didn't go to your department, I guess. So I apologize for that. In any event, my point is, if they were a muni department, the fire departments would get it. And I believe the fire departments took the majority of the hit of COVID. They were responding to COVID calls. I mean, I'm sure they could give us the number of calls that they had to deal with COVID. So I do think that they're due some funds. I would like to see them used on infrastructure, not payroll. And then the final item that I would like to use ARPA funds on is sewer projects, specifically around bodies of water, to protect said bodies of water and help offset the assessments so that we don't see $62,000 assessments to homeowners. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Lima.
So I'm going to echo a lot of sentiments of Mr. LeBlanc, but I just want to start off with saying I firmly want to make sure it's all ARPA funds are used to one-time expenses. And that's to anybody's request. I do not want to be a part of enabling people to put themselves in a structural deficit, whether it's the town or any other organization. So that's number one. I do believe public safety organizations in town should receive a portion of this money to help offset their losses. But the biggest piece here, and this is also taking into account a couple of things. One, we did do a survey with people from the town to see what their opinion was on this. And also the fact that this town has had a zero figure in their capital improvement budget for God knows how long. I think that top of the list should be infrastructure, whether that's roads, whether that's our buildings, whether that's parks and recreation facilities, whether that's sewer projects, whether in business districts or around bodies of water. I think $10 million is relatively speaking going to go fast in terms of infrastructure projects, but I don't think this town can afford not to prioritize that when considering ARPA requests, just because it has not made that investment in a very, very long time. So it's been deferred as much as we can. And in my opinion, it would be great to consider what other towns are doing that have invested in their capital improvements, which is placemaking ideas and pocket parks and rehabbing fountains and all those things that it would be nice to consider things like that or other programs. But we are not in that position in Coventry because we haven't historically made an investment in capital improvement. So I think that's where it has to go. In my opinion. Does that mean I'm not willing to listen to any other requests? No. I'm always willing to listen to requests and anyone who's looking to better Coventry. But in my opinion, that's really where it has to be prioritized.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Shockley?
Thank you. I have to say, unfortunately, I've probably spent this ARPA money about 10 times over in my head. But I would say, while I don't think that being hit by COVID should have to be a prerequisite, I agree. I'd like to listen to all ideas. For organizations like fire departments that actually were impacted by COVID, I would like to help make them whole. Programs that need a jumpstart. So even though they should become part of our annual budget, roads, the sewer program, those programs that need to be fixed and improved in the town already, that this is an influx of money that we never would have had to be able to lift them off the ground a bit. I agree with one-time payments. I do want this to be items that aren't going to be something we're looking for how to pay for next year. I do want to touch as much of the community as I can with the money, if possible. And these are kind of more pipe dreams. If it can bring in any revenue to the town, if it's an improvement that can be made that can help improve the town, or bring some pride and pleasure to our residents. I think, right now, just the fact that we're using the money to fix the trestle bridge, I've seen a lot of positive feedback from people who have seen that we're doing that. And it is nice when you live in a town to get some good news. So those are things that I have thought of.
We did mobilize for that project today.
Yes.
It's out there.
I know. And that's great that something's actually starting to get done. It's something people are going to see before our kids go back to that middle school. This is going to be an improvement that they're going to pass every day. So as I said, probably just with the 6 or 7 bullet points I just gave, I spent about $100 million, but these are all just things that seem we should keep top of mind.
Okay, Ms. Ludwig?
So I would like to see big ticket items. I don't want to see little onesie twosies like a $5,000 request for this or $2,000 for that. It feels like we are starting to run up against time in terms of making decisions, implementing something, and getting it done in the time frame to use the fundings, considering it's taken us, a year and a half just to get to this point to have this conversation on what the counselors are looking to approve. So I don't want to underestimate how much time it's taking to actually allot this money, let alone spend it. I am in favor of looking at projects from the community. So for example, specific projects that someone comes in with, I think they should be able to be submitted to the council, at least for consideration. Also, there should be some sort of process where we apply the same logic to the town departments. So whether that's DPW, the library, any of those groups coming in, everyone should have the same process in terms of coming in and being able to make a request for the funding. I do want to take a look at visual projects, beautification efforts, signage. I think we're about to see that with the Trestle Bridge. It's things that the residents can see, and just it shifts your mind when you see these new things around town. So visual projects, signage, those types of things, I would like to see and hopefully vote on. Parks and rec types of items. I agree. There's lots of needs versus nice to have. But if there are projects that come in from Director Blumenthal about playground equipment, things like that, those are big ticket items that have a large impact on many people within a community. I would be open to that. If a group of citizens wants to come in and say, we want a park in our neighborhood, there's this piece of land where what such and such exists now, but we want to turn it into XYZ, I would like to give them the opportunity to do that. For the larger ticket items. I do want to use this on infrastructure such as roads. I need more information about using this on things like sewer and water projects because I haven't actually heard about any of them. I know we're going to get to that point where we go into more detail, but I don't really know what that means to use this on water or sewer right now. So I need to know what that project is, but I do agree the larger infrastructure type projects are items that I would vote in favor of. I am, and I've said this will be, I believe, the third public session I've said this. I am in favor of looking at the revenue lost and the impact from COVID for the fire departments. However, I want to be very clear that I am not in favor of a quote unquote fair share of funds that was submitted in a public session or the public hearing or session and comment section that was back in January. That is not how I've seen us as a council allocate funds where we say, let's divide all the departments and now you get this percentage and you get this percentage. It seems as though we are making decisions based on need. And so I would like to see what those numbers are from the fire departments in terms of what the true impact was to them and then make a decision as opposed to just knowing what they want to use the money for example, and then hopefully this can go into the application. And then finally, I would like all project ideas to come to the council in some form based off of the feedback that we've given tonight, as opposed to, being submitted and or having to come to a public comment session and submit it. It should be able to be presented to the manager, in my opinion, and then have that distributed to the council. I don't think we're going to get 5,000 requests. I think we're probably going to get a handful of these big ticket items. So those are the items that I would like to see.
Okay, thank you. I would like, my priority is that we meet the requirements of opera funding, and that means, is it related to adverse impacts caused by the COVID pandemic? Does it pertain to water, wastewater, or stormwater infrastructure? And is it a one-time capital expense? I think those are very important items that we need to consider, and those are criteria. I do share the sentiment that when we talk about does it pertain to water, wastewater, or stormwater, those words are very generic, and I don't know what that means. So we need to have from the departments some specific projects that say, this is the project that we would be using to meet the criteria of wastewater or stormwater. Or when we talk about putting it towards sewers, I don't know what that means because we don't have a sewer program. We don't have a sewer project. We don't have a sewer coordinator yet. So just to allocate some money to sewers without us having a specific program in place, and so we clearly understand what is going to be done with that money, that's a big deficit for me. And the other thing is, I think some of the projects, and I echo the comment that was made, and I've also said this before, the projects need to be visible. The town members need to understand that this is a value add for them. And I know that many people are making comments about the Trestle Bridge, and I think that's a good project to start with. Helps develop some pride in our community, but people want to see value. And what people are telling us is they want their roads fixed, because that's what they ride on every day. That's what they see every day. These are the potholes they're going into every day. These are the roads in front of their homes. So whatever we do, we need to be able to show it is value, and hopefully to the most number of members of our community. So one-offs here or there, or something that's going to affect 5 people versus maybe 100 people or 200 people that are going to get some benefit from something. We need to consider the appeal to a mass number of people. So again, my first priority is meeting the criteria for the opera. Is it related to adverse impacts caused by the COVID pandemic? Does it pertain to water, wastewater, or stormwater infrastructure? But I'd like to see specific projects that are identified under those categories so we can make a good judgment on them, a good decision. We need to see costs related to it. And is it a one-time capital expense? I think that this is very important. We also would need to have, I would say, a request form, an application form from individual entities or organizations that are requesting money. And they need to clearly state what is the money going to be used for. Can they document the expenses that they've had? Can they supply invoices to us? We want to make sure that we are using our money wisely, but that we can have an audit trail so that we can have an accountability from the organizations. And the council can also be accountable for how it's spending its money. So those are some of the ideas that I've had. Mr. LeBlanc.
Just like to add some clarification to my sewer projects comment.
Sure.
We've already contracted a vendor to update our facilities plan update, which is going to include specific projects that are going to be listed out to us. So that's what I was referring to.
Okay, that what would be in the plan?
Correct.
Okay.
So I do believe that in a couple months that we are going to be getting that full document, and there's going to be specific streets that they're going to be including in there. And that's exactly what I was referring to.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because that lends another level of legitimacy to what we're looking at. Okay, any other questions? Any other comments? Vice President Ludwig.
So based on this feedback, it does sound like the council is at least open to listening to requests submitted from different organizations in the form of like an application, something like that. Is that right?
I don't think that was clearly stated, but it seems to be consensus based on the comments that everyone has made, that we're willing to listen to and receive requests for funding from any organization, legitimate organizations in the community. And we can standardize the request by some kind of standardized request form.
So that's the suggestion. That's just the draft that was handed out. And so, for example, we can certainly make changes to this, but I do want a consistent process for every person that comes in and not have to go back and forth and keep going out to different groups saying, this is what we want. Now, this is what we want. Now, this is what we want. So even if we put some sort of timeline around it on saying, let's start with this space, everyone send your questions in, or if we can agree it tonight, and then move to some sort of agreement on timeline, such as, we want to make decisions. Hillary, Councilor Lima, to your point earlier, like we need to start making some decisions here. Let's time box this activity and say, we'll accept these types of submissions for the next 4 weeks. And then we'll start making some big ticket decisions at the end of September. I would be okay with that.
I just want to mention that we did receive some requests from 3 fire districts. And for example, one of them has about 7 or 8 items on it. And so for each item that's on it, there needs to be a separate request, because we're not going to approve. I would not approve a package deal in which there are 7 or 8 things listed and they're not documented. There's no invoices that can be submitted. And some of them don't even meet any criteria for opera requests. So for every request, it's not just a general, here's a package deal, I want $1 million or I want $500,000. If you want a roof, how much is the roof going to cost? If you want to get some revenue loss items, specific details. So a request for every single item, not just one lump sum request from some entity.
President Dixon?
Yes.
I don't think all the members sitting here feel that way. And so that's why I'm requesting an application process so that that organization can submit what their request is, what the basis of it is, providing documentation to say, for example, was there a loss due to COVID, and what they would use the funding on. And so if we create a process that every person has to use, that comes then to the council, you can vote on that however you want. But I don't believe that you have everyone here agreeing with the statement that we are not going to vote on things because they have to be one project by one project.
I didn't say that. What I said is that some of the requests that we have received have 7 or 8 items on it, and there should be a request for each of the items.
Don't agree.
I'd like to make it as easy as possible for people, yes. But can I just ask, just based on your organizations, so I'm sorry, I'm looping back a little bit. When I had thought of COVID money, I thought spent on the town programs, the fire department falls under as a quasi. When you say organizations, I just wanted to know what we're allowed to give to, as far as if it's not a, maybe you didn't even mean this, but would, let's say, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but the Grow Coventry, if they were to come and ask for funds, can we give our town money to that organization because it doesn't fall under the town? I don't know the answer.
Well, we could always,
if we can,
we could always give them money from fund balance. I mean, if they come and think it's a legitimate request, we have various sources of money. We have fund balance, we have CIP funds, we have ARPA funds. So there are a variety of sources of money from which we can draw. Whether we want to do it from all of those sources is another story.
Yeah, and I don't really know that I want to discuss other ways we could give to organizations. I really just want to ask, based on ARPA funding, are we allowed to give to any organization that's not involved with the town or the schools?
So, not to dodge the question, but the way finance and I have decided that we need to track and record every ARPA expenditure, because we do have to make an ultimate accounting back to the U.S. Treasury on what was spent and how it was spent. We want to do every expenditure by resolution. And you can do a resolution to give it to any entity, any, public, private, nonprofit, a business. Maybe it's a business that had a lot of COVID impacts and lost revenue to their business, and giving them this kind of revenue replacement to their business. That is something we can do, but we would detail what it is for in the resolution so that it is documented and justifiable. My biggest concern is if the U.S. Treasury comes back and says, we don't like that one, we're not going to authorize that use. And we say, but it's under revenue replacement. It's okay. I just don't want to be in a position where we have to turn back any more money than we have to, or have to find it in the contingency fund or fund balance because we were told no. We're going on good faith. And my expectation is that every country, every town and village and city in America is doing the same process. So I don't think it's a huge risk, but I want to make sure we have it documented and we're going to do it by the book. So as long as we have a justification the council's comfortable with, it's voted on, I'm okay with that.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure we were not putting it out to an organization that we couldn't give to. So that's great.
Okay, Mrs. Lima.
in the interest of Vice President Ludwig's question, just so she knows where I stand, I'm in agreement that we should have some fair, equitable, transparent process for demonstrating a need or looking to be allocated these funds. I think that's the best approach to go and shows that there's, that it keeps the politics out of it in a way, in my opinion. And I would like this to be as public as possible on the town website. I would like to make sure that the town manager does an overview of this at a department head meeting as well and explains to them. So if they have projects they'd like to share or apply for. And in my opinion, I feel like we've been talking about this money and how are we going to spend it and what do we want to spend it on. I'd love to hear very, very soon within the next 2 to 3 weeks of when we're going to say, open this RFP light period for applying for projects for ARPA funds. Because there's no time like the present. We also have a time limit on when we can spend this money, I believe. So, and some of these projects are going to have a long lead time, say for infrastructure, given these supply chain issues. So we don't have the luxury of that much time. And I think we need to think about that because a common theme I heard from every council member was infrastructure. So just something to think about.
Thank you. So the process can be that we can call it the first round of requests starts tomorrow, and that the request can be sent in within the next 3 weeks. We can set a specific date, and that the discussion could be September 12th for the first round. Yes. Yes, of course. I didn't specify that yet. Yes, of course. Yes. We're going to be using some kind of application form. I am pushing for, and I really feel very strongly that there needs to be an application form for every single item that is requested, because when I read the request coming from, for example, the fire districts, I wouldn't vote for a whole lump sum for the entire request because there are some items on there that certainly do not meet the criteria for ARPA. So, I mean, I would like a request for every item that is being requested, but the same form that could be used. Mr. LeBlanc?
Just two things. I believe many months ago, I requested, and I think the council supported on the town website, listing out every dollar that we've received and every expense that is hit. Have we added that to the website?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when it was added?
We added it last month when I made the presentation at prior council under the town manager.
Oh, I was looking at finance.
It's under town manager. Okay. Just so everybody knows, it's under town manager, and it's going to list out every penny that we receive for ARPA and then every expense that we have decided as a council to spend. Perfect. And then my second, my other question was, I believe Superintendent Levis had stated because of certain issues that have happened in Texas. I believe the state was going to require some security upgrades at the school, and I think that was going to cost north of $1 million. So are we going to be asking the school to submit?
Yeah, I think they asked that.
I heard it was a mandate, not
I
a
believe
funded
it was.
mandate.
It sounded when Mr. Levis was here as if it was money that they were getting from the state.
I thought there was a portion that we were going to have to pay, but regardless, are we going to be asking the school to be making a submission to us as well for some of the ARPA? I just want to clarify because, okay, so we are asking them to, if they want some ARPA funds from the town.
We certainly could. Every department can be asked.
Okay.
Yeah, I think from the administrative point that Councilor Lima made, if we're treating everybody with the same transparency, equity, and consistency, then every project, every expenditure for ARPA should be thrown up against this same criteria.
Okay.
Just point of information, I'm not seeing the link to the ARPA document on the town manager page. In the attachments section there.
We'll verify where it is. The ARPA quarterly report that we did.
Changes to request for doing.
Oh, there it is under ARPA funds. ARPA page.
Where's the ARPA page?
I'm going to say alpha.
Thank you, Cody.
Yeah, if we can hyperlink that on the finance page, I think that would be helpful too. The last thing I see there is from 2021 on the finance page. So that's not the thing we're talking about. The breakdown that Mr. Marchant made was in the spring this year. Okay, thanks. That was it. Wait, that says ARPA fund survey.
The last quarter ending 6/30/22. I'll make sure we have all the updated reports on there tomorrow.
So can we just, I don't want to make this a bigger thing. I'm not looking for people to just come in and ask for funds from the town. We don't have it. It's an easy answer. No, we can barely get a budget passed and pay for the things that are integral to the town and even safety needs here. So I'm not looking for people to come from all walks of life here across Coventry and submit funding proposals. I think every one of us just said, and even I said, I wouldn't even approve anything under $20,000. It's got to be a bigger ticket item, and infrastructure is usually in the millions. Also, what I'd like to say is in terms of having people submit multiple applications, this doesn't make sense to me. What would make sense to me is, for example, an organization submits one application and says, town councilors, my organization was impacted in the following ways from COVID. I lost, I don't know, $400,000 in revenue from, I don't know, rescue runs. Then, based on that money, these are the 6 projects that we would do with that money. Then the council can review that and look at the documentation provided on lost revenue, whatever the COVID impact was, or maybe not. We don't have to decide because you had an exact COVID amount loss of 400 that you have to get the 400. It's a discussion at that point, but at least we know what was the impact, if any, from COVID, and what is the request for funds. You could have been impacted by 400 and asking for 10 million. We're probably not going to give it. But you can list out your projects on what you're asking for and what the amount of impact from COVID was. And we can look at that as a council and say, and negotiate and say, I think I would be comfortable approving, this amount of money for this organization. It doesn't have to, just because they submit an application for, $400K doesn't mean we have to give them $400K. We might not give them anything. So I'm suggesting one application per organization.
I'd echo that sentiment and just wanted to point out too, especially in your fire districts example, President Dixon, those are publicly elected quasi-government agencies, and to go piece by piece of the request is us essentially telling them how to spend the money. And I don't think that's in our purview, and it shouldn't be in our purview. So I would echo Vice President Ludwig's sentiments on that.
Well, I mean, I read the submissions by 3 districts, and there's a list of items in there that have nothing to do with lost revenue. So we can go for this one application or one request form and see how it goes.
That sounds appropriate. Also considering I have not seen all of those requests. I would like to make sure that all requests, not just to fire districts, but anyone requesting ARPA money, I think that should go to the town manager and not between individual counselors and board presidents. I think there needs to be transparency in how we're discussing requests, quote unquote, from the council, and it needs to come from the manager when it's not a specific request from the council. My interpretation is that at this point, by doing the application, it can go through the application process to the manager, to the council.
Mr. Marchant, you have received every single request.
Yes.
So he can send it out. He's received every single request. Okay, so is this form that has been submitted by Vice President Ludwig the one that you would like to use for the request form? Mr. LeBlanc?
That's fine.
Mrs. Lima? Mr. Shockley?
It's great.
Okay. Vice President Ludwig?
I did like your suggestion. I talked earlier with you, President Dixon, about adding one potential item in terms of who the requester is and do they have authorization from that organization to make the request? Can you just fill the group in on that?
Yes. We have received it in the initial stages of discussing ARPA requests. We received requests from requesters and we did not know if they were authorized to speak for their organization. So there would be another area of interest in which we would ask not only the requester, but what organization do they represent? And are they authorized to speak for that particular organization? So I think that's important. And we should probably add a section. We have estimated costs and that is for the total project. Is that correct? And where it says department, we could put / or entity, something like that, because it's not only from departments, but it could be from some agency or entity in the organization. So Mr. Marchand, could you just make those 2 changes in this form and post it on the website, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one question? And this is peripherally related, but I wanted to bring an advance kind of heads up to the council. We have an item that was in the budget, was on the capital projects list. The town is under a consent decree with BEM to remediate property at 605 Washington Street where a demolition took place. And we were able to negotiate down the $100,000 obligation to reseed it because all the plantings over the COVID period just kind of grew and replaced it. But we're required to put an $8,000 fence in, or maybe it's 10 now with inflation. But that item, we are under a time limit and it has gone over almost 2 years and DM's getting impatient. How would you like to see that come forward to you as an expense? We can hit capital, we can hit ARPA, we can hit contingency, but it wasn't budgeted in the department budget because it was removed for possible ARPA funding. And I'd like to have this on next Monday's meeting so we can move forward with that project.
Yeah, I definitely would appreciate seeing the funding options that you and the finance director think are available for this to give us some options. I do want to elaborate to the rest of the council because this is particularly in my district to shed some light. It's between Coventry Liquors and the start of the fence at Anthony Lofts. And I've been working with Kevin McGee on this because the overgrowth from this area that was demolished is so into the sidewalk that people are walking in the street that are walking down 117 and people fly around that corner from somebody's going to get hit. And this fence will help keep that brush back. It's technically the brush is growing into a state sidewalk and a state road. And we asked DOT to take care of this and they flat out said no. So our DPW team is going to be dispatched to go trim this back. But my point being, while it is $8,000 for this fence, I just want to point out this is also to address safety in that area as well.
Okay, are we all set? Okay, so this first round, I'm going to call it first round. Well, the application period opens tomorrow. People will be given 3 weeks, and the first discussion by the council will take place on September 12th. And before September 12th, hopefully, as the request comes in, Mr. Marchand, please send them off to each member of the council so that they will have the request as quickly as possible. Hopefully, we will have requests in at least a few days, maybe hopefully at least 5 days before September 12th. So everyone will be prepared to respond to these requests and make some decisions by the 12th. Does that seem like a good timeline, Mrs. Shockley?
I think that seems like a fine timeline. I just want to ask, possibly one other thing we should put on this form is just a little paragraph at the beginning that states we're looking for feedback from residents for their larger capital projects as far as we're saying like there's a minimum, we're looking for a project with a minimum of Councilmember Ludwig, I think you said you wouldn't go less than 20,000, should we have a paragraph that says something like that so that people don't say, I need $2,000. we don't want to waste people's time having them fill out these applications if they don't have a project that's appropriate. So I think just having a little bit of criteria that it says we need them by this date. We need them to be for at least this month, this much. I mean, any other criteria that's been mentioned.
So when we talk about a larger project, it would possibly be 5 or 6 projects that maybe are worth $5,000 each, but they add up to 25. Is that what we're thinking about?
I think as long as their estimated cost is
total
above the amount, and they can say, we took this loss. I just don't want, like I said, I don't want people to see this and say, I have no idea what this is for. Like, oh, I saw this town of Coventry flyer about ARPA funds. I don't want people submitting things similar to our survey where they're like, I think this would be a good project. And it's like, you have nothing to do with this organization, but thank you for your feedback. I just want to make it so that the form gives people a little bit of guidance.
Okay, that makes sense. Add one note on that particular form, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other comments, changes?
I don't,
Mrs. Lima?
I don't know if I missed it, but would also love to know and make sure we ask them to call out if the project would be eligible for alternative funding sources, state matching funds, or grants. That's it. We might already ask for that, but I'm not sure. Okay. Because to me, that makes a huge difference in whether we accept a project, knowing, oh wow, if DEM's willing to throw in this much money for a project and we only have to throw in X amount, I think that would make a difference.
Okay, Mr. LeBlanc.
Just throwing on my auditor cap here. Other towns are actually hiring a company called Beta that I think it's a $25,000 fee, but they actually look at all the approved expenditures that people or towns are trying to utilize the ARPA funds for and make sure that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. It's kind of like a safeguard for us, just to make sure that I think Mr. Marchant had said it, like if we approve something like for $300,000 and then the IRS or Treasury or whoever comes back and says, hey, that wasn't approved, and now it has to come out of our general fund, that could be a major problem, especially if it's north of $1 million. It's just something for us to consider.
Okay, and Mr. Marchand, one other question. You said that you would like us to vote for a resolution to approve these funds. So if an organization asks for 5 projects, maybe totaling $25,000, does the resolution just say approve for $25,000, or will it call out each of these projects?
I think I'd like to do a 2-step process if the council's okay with that, where you would review the application and the proposal and decide whether you want to fund it and how you want to fund it. And then I can bring back a resolution at the next meeting for the specific funded amount.
Okay. That sounds fine. So that means that if we look at these first round requests on September 12th, then you come back, the resolution would be on September 26th, I believe.
Yes. President Dixon, when we spoke this morning, we talked about how this list could get very long with all of the different town departments, CIP lists, and not to overwhelm the council. We talked about the possibility of needing a separate dedicated meeting to go through all of these different items on September 19th. Is that something that the council wants to consider rather than putting it all in on the 12th? Because we have a lot to discuss about the necessity of school construction on the 12th.
Okay. We had discussed the possibility that based on the number of requests that we get, we might have a special meeting of the council. So we have a meeting on the 12th and we have one on the 26th. We could have one meeting simply devoted to looking at the requests that come in, and that would be on the 19th of September. Are people available on Monday, September 19th? The only topic on that meeting will be to look at all these requests and then make decisions on that meeting. And then on the 26th, the resolution would be ready for voting.
I'm not going to be in town.
The whole week or that particular date?
I'll be coming back on Thursday, the 22nd.
22nd. You're coming back, so you're not
Apologies. I'm coming back on Wednesday. I'll be available on Thursday.
on the 22nd. Okay, we'll have to look at a possible date. We may have to go back to the original plan. I'm not sure if everyone's going to be here. Okay, I'll check the schedules. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So you're not available Monday, Tuesday. Okay. Okay, we'll get back to you with a particular date as quickly as possible. All right, next agenda item, F3, discussion and recommendations for performance audit, reference pages 71 to 78. Mr. Marchand, would you go over this list for us?
Yes. Well, this is really just a reference for the council. The assistant town manager, Maria Broadbent, and I went through the performance audit together. And as you can see, all the green highlighted items are items that we've already addressed or begun to address. And some of those will have ongoing maintenance factors that we're going to be also working on. I grayed out the areas that I don't anticipate getting to this budget year, either for budgetary reasons, staffing reasons, or just capacity. But everything in yellow, I've tried to highlight what quarter we expect to get these addressed in and reported back to the town council. We're already in the second month of the first quarter, so some of these items I'm hoping to have done very, very soon. But this gives a sense of responsiveness to the performance audit that the town conducted last year and our progress on it. And my only request is if you have any questions about any items that are not a priority that you think should have been or should be, I'm happy to discuss those. And I think the other items that we've identified as more immediate and feasible, we have within our staff capacity to handle.
So are you looking for approval relating to what you've identified as medium or high?
Well, the medium and high designations were designated by the consultant in the report.
Okay.
So those were not my distinctions.
And if we were to say, do everything that's medium or high, do you have the staff to start doing each of these projects right away?
I'd have to look through them. In some cases, no. For instance, number 12 and number 16. For number 12, relocating HR to the town hall is a function of office space and environment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not really feasible in this year. We did a study of this building, and I have recommendations to do a renovation of this building that would improve security, layout, flow, safety, a lot of items. And this building really hasn't been touched since it was moved into in the 1970s. And there's a lot of updates, but that would be a capital item that would precede the ability to move that one, or hiring a position for town clerk under number 16, which is not in the budget. So we couldn't do things that are not in the budget or not within our functional capacity, but there are other items that we can do.
So what are you looking for from the council for this evening?
Really, this is more of an advisory, a progress update on where we're at with the performance audit and how we're responding to it. And I welcome any feedback or questions the council may have.
Any questions, Mrs. Beeman?
Tangentially related to this, I think it's important that in a upcoming public session of the council, if we could get a report or some insights into what Ms. Broadbent is working on and what's fallen in her purview. I think she's been here a little over 2 months now, and there was a lot of the public that didn't understand the need for an assistant town manager. So if we could be transparent about that and help show people what value she's providing since she's started here, I think that would be great and important.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other comments? So any other feedback that you need from the council at this point in time?
No.
Okay.
I believe Councillor Shockley.
I just, there were a couple of things which are on here, but I do have more questions just as far as some of the public works tracking. I think it would be really important. I noticed in the performance audit that even though it's something that impacts residents on a daily basis, our garbage and recycling and that sort of staff wasn't even mentioned. So I found that odd and wanted to just make sure that that's something that we look further into. It's something that I expected to kind of be hit on a lot because it's such a important area of spending to our residents. And it talked about roads and different things like that, but it really didn't refer to the public works staff who take care of our day-to-day things like garbage removal at all. So I'd like to go further into that.
Yeah, I think the overall recommendations on public works was focusing on asset management systems to track all the heavy equipment, which would touch both trash and recycling and roads and maintenance and buildings and facilities. And so they didn't look at those as individual units, but they looked at the operation overall, that we really don't have a case management system. We don't have an equipment maintenance tracking software. There's a lot of things that have been automated in most businesses, companies, municipalities that we're still doing on pen and paper pads and Excel sheets, and it's not as efficient. So it does address it, but not in the perspective that you're looking for.
Yeah, it is something that I'd still like to be able to look into more deeply, but that sort of thing I think kind of falls into it.
Yep.
Any other feedback, Mr. Marchant, that you would like for this?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, the next item. Okay, this is F4. Discussion and/or action to authorize the town manager to issue an RFP for a consultant for the necessity of school construction project. First of all, as a little background, a group of leaders have met August 15th, 22nd, and 20, not the 29th. August 15th and 22nd to lay out the plan to submit a stage 1 and stage 2 application for a school building project. Included were Mr. Marchant, President Dixon, Superintendent Levis, School Committee member James Pearson, and Mario Carino from Rhode. The group's purpose is to develop a plan to move forward toward a stage 2 application by identifying critical components and action steps and to approve a school building committee. We've identified 6 voting members from the school and town sides as required by the Coventry Charter and Rhode regulations. We still need 3 members who we recruit. Today, we do not have to authorize the town manager to issue an RFP, but I'm doing so and asking for your support on this in order to ensure that we have a timely and accurate audit trail of all actions taken to secure funding for a school construction project. So this motion simply authorizes the town manager to issue an RFP for a consultant. And the RFP has been developed, been reviewed by members of the team, and Mr. Carino, he's given us a lot of advice on the wording of this. And we've talked about costs, et cetera, and how we would fund this proposal. But the idea is to see what is available, and we need an authorization. We would like an authorization to issue this RFP for the consultant. Mr. LeBlanc.
You said that you've discussed how this is going to get funded. Could you just elaborate?
We're looking at how are we going to fund the consultant? How are we going to pay for the consultant? And that hasn't been determined yet. No, because we still have to, it's still an open item. And so we need to see what the proposals will be. Mr. Carino has given us some suggestions as to what potential costs would be based on whether we just ask for a proposal for stage 2 only and or stage 2 and 3. And so the school has indicated that it doesn't have any funding, but we might be able to obtain funding from some source, but we would get reimbursed from a bond if it is approved. But we don't know if the bond will even be, you'll even want to send a bond to a referendum yet. So this gets us started to think about what is the possibility, because the timetable that has been suggested is that we would have a referendum somewhere in the February, March timeframe, April, but you would be able to look at proposals by February. Because there is a potential for reimbursement of 70% to the town. Mrs. Lima.
What's the ballpark that Mr. Crano said that this consultant should cost with phase 2 and 3, or just phase 3?
So I can answer that. We had a phone call conversation with him this morning and Superintendent Levis, and based on the structure of the program right now with the 70% reimbursement, if you get all the bonuses, which is predicated on newer and fewer schools. And Mr. Carreño recommended a consolidation of a replacement of 4 existing schools, that the combined value of reducing the operational overhead of more schools to fewer schools and the 70% reimbursement. As a manager, without even knowing the numbers, I know you want to maximize your gain to do the most project.
I'm sorry.
possible.
Hold on. I think you misunderstood my question.
No, I am getting there. So my point is, I looked at the maximum bond amount that we could possibly do in the next year, and it would be 101.5 million. And that would get the value. So based on a project estimate of 101 million, it would be about a $7 million price tag for stage 2 and 3 together. And of that price tag, the stage 2 alone is between 500,000 and $1 million. It's $1 million if you do it standalone, because there's no guarantee of a future contract. But if you do them together as a, if this, then that, then they might work with you and knock their fee down for the stage 2 down to 500, 700,000, expecting to get up to the 7 million in stage 3. So this is kind of a high stakes risk in a very short window of time period, because what we're working with is we need to hire this consultant ASAP to get stage 2 done before February, which means this school building committee would be working with this consultant in the next, it has to be done in 3 months. By December, they have to be able to present their recommendation, refer it to the council in January. Council and school committee would review it in January and submit it to the state assembly for a bill to go to a referendum in April. So this is, in a nutshell, the
couple questions. One, I think I heard if we get to a point where we're Windexing the new front doors at whatever this building is, and it's time to close the chapter, are we getting reimbursed for that entire 7 million, or just some of it?
So the part we're talking about reimbursing is the money that we're fronting for stage 2 for the next 4 months will only get reimbursed if the bond passes and it becomes a fully bonded project.
So only the 500,000 to $1 million.
Right. Everything else is part of the total $100 million project that would be reimbursed over 20 years on the 70% basis.
Okay. So given the tight window, if we do go to RFP for this, it sounds like the town has to scramble to figure out where $7 million is potentially for this.
1 million. Because it's just stage 2. Once you pass the bond covers the rest.
Okay. All right. So it's just 1 million up front.
Up to 1 million, yeah.
Okay.
And that's how we structure the RFP. I took a stab at it, and Mario Carreño is polishing it up, and either we'll have it today or tomorrow. But with the council's approval, I'll advertise it, because we want the responses back by the 7th of September so that Superintendent Levis and I can vet any proposals.
So will you provide us with funding scenarios before that? I would imagine.
Well, yeah, if we bring it back to the next meeting on the 12th, and the funding scenarios are going to be fund balance or ARPA, because we don't have any other sources.
And do we know if Mr. Carreno has a preference in terms of who he wants to work with on this RFP because he wants to be super involved with this, or obviously
Well,
he can't
he's
show,
working with us as a
Yeah.
committee on our committee. He would not venture one organization.
No, I
or
know,
another.
but yeah. Okay.
But the actual process of issuing an RFP is free.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just wanted to make the point.
The cost is free, but
Well,
and
$50 at whatever we're paying for the posting.
we don't need to vote to authorize our manager to issue an RFP. But we're doing it, as I said, we want a very concise audit trail of all the actions we are taking. Mr. LeBlanc, did you have your hand up?
I believe this comment is germane. It sounds like a lot of very large financial decisions have to be made relatively quick. I'm going to go on the record right now that if we don't have issued financial statements and budget to actuals through current, I'm going to have to recuse myself from any significant financial decision going forward, because I think the last budget to actual we received was December of 2021. So I am not making decisions with a blindfold on. So I just need to go on the record and say that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. All right, may I have a
Hold on. Can I, to that point, can I ask how much work it takes for the finance director to pull January to at least June in terms of monthly financial budget to actuals? Now that we're past the meat of the issues of the audit?
Well, we're not out of the audit woods yet. She is still working on the FY21 audit responses to the auditor's questions. And she can't really start on the FY22 audit without having the January to June numbers done. And with her turnover in staff, she hadn't had people for several months of the year last year to do the bank reconciliations and journal entries for that time period. So she's working with 2 new staff, and they are working on it. I could not tell you what time frame. I could tell you that as of last December, when she was all caught up, it took about 3 or 4 days for her and her staff to finish the entries and pull the reports and put it together. And those days have been supplanted by having to redo all of the months of entries for fiscal year 21 to complete that audit, which has really set them back. So
if you could put yourselves in our shoes though, we have no information. And if we have an RFP that comes through and they're asking for, say, $750,000, and you're going to say there's money available in whatever line item or from these accounts, we have no way to verify that. And my question would be, how is Lisa determining that? How are you determining that? I mean,
Lisa and I are in your same shoes. We are very frustrated because any number of other projects and priorities have displaced our ability to work on the current financials. It started a year ago when we needed to find out what was the true financial position of the town. And that was a month worth of work that was spent building that presentation, which was critical, vital information, but that wasn't spent on the 21 audit. And then the school bond issue, very big, very important, but took months of time in meetings that prevented us from working on the 21 audit. And so a lot of these projects that are not part of the day-to-day normal year-to-year operation actually has an impact on the staff's workload. And with the attendance patterns in the department and the turnover and the new staff, it has not made it easier. So we're working on it with all due speed. I have every confidence in Director Mills and her staff that they are professional, they are conscientious, they're working very hard, and they're doing a very good job with what they do. And they are, Director Mills is adamant that she's going to do a finished work product. She's not going to do anything half-baked or incomplete.
I understand that, but we as a council are fiduciarily responsible to this town, and to make decisions on spending such large sums of money, without any background, to me is negligible. I mean, not negligible, but negligent. I just like, that's crazy to me. And I just wish there was some way we could at least have some semblance of an answer or some semblance of where we stand with more recent than December of 2021. I mean, if this was happening to me in any other town, my reaction is, to me, is mild. I just like, I don't know what else to say anymore. I don't know what else to say to put us in a position where we can continue to move forward. I feel like there's been an extremely long leash given to this process, and I don't know what else to say to make this, to put us in compliance. I don't know what else. I'm just, because I'm sorry, but it's a valid point that we're going to be asked to just trust that that amount of money exists somewhere to be able to pay, and to start making decisions about whether or not we can afford a $101 million bond or whatever it is without any updated financials. That is irresponsible on the behalf of the council to do that.
And I won't ask you to make any decisions that you don't have information on. And I'm not the one pushing this process saying we have to have it done by the 12th. This is Mr. Carreño and Rhode and the state funding restrictions that require certain answers to be had by February. And we're between a rock and a hard place. I don't know what other answer to give you, but the town is really at a disadvantage for the work that wasn't done in the past that should have been done. And all we can do is try to catch up.
You got to put yourself in my shoes. I've been hearing that same line for 8 months in a row, and I can't wrap my head around it.
What can I do to help you understand that? Please, I would love to.
It's not a lack of understanding. What it is at this point is
get it done.
We have an opportunity here that we don't want to lose out on, because we have no idea what our current financial picture is as a council. And I'm getting to the point that I need answers. So you work with someone every day, you have nothing but confidence, fine. I come to these meetings, I reach out. We are going to meetings with the auditor as members of the council. We need this to get done. We're asking voters to trust us. I don't feel that trust and confidence right now in decisions I would be making. I would never, if I had no idea what I had for money in the bank, write someone a check. And if I'm not willing to do it in my own household, I want this opportunity. I want this opportunity more than most anything in this town. But I do agree with my fellow council members that there is a point at which you have to say, okay, we're in a place where we can give you the financial statements for the rest of this year. I work for the state, and the auditors are in our office right now, already starting on the fiscal year 22. How far in the weeds are we going to keep going? I want to know what the auditor needs. I want to get that done. When that's done, I want to move on. I feel as if possibly we're doing more than is expected of us at this point.
Mr. Carreño did give us one other option, and that was to take the more time to go through this process and shoot for a bond election in November of next year. But that puts the entire process under a super tight backloading it.
So I'm not actually looking for a different answer from Mr. Carreño. I'm looking for what the Auditor General wants from us for 2021 to close those books. And I feel as if just the way you said it, and maybe I'm wrong, that I want really good, but I don't know that I need perfect. I want to make sure that we have what the Auditor General requires of us. He is the state expert on what he needs from cities and towns. How are we going to get there? We got to get there. And we are asking people to vote on a amendment to our charter in November saying, you got to trust the experts. Let's give them some expert information. That's what we need. And I think we've gotten off subject, so I apologize for that. But I have to say, I do agree.
But we're talking about two different subjects. One is getting the audit done, and number two, having the staff time in order to provide the reports that Mr. LeBlanc has been asking for several months. And so the question is, how does the workload have to change in order to get these monthly reports out? I understand that the workload will have to change in some way. There's just so much work that any one or group of people can do. So in order to get the monthly reports, what's a time estimate? Or what do we have to sacrifice in some other kind of reporting in order to get that done?
It's all hands on deck on the 21 audit, and there's nothing else being done on that, which is why you don't have year-to-date statements for 22 to start the 22 audit. We're doing everything we can with the staff that we have, and we're at our maximum.
Okay. Ms. Vice President Ludwig.
So, Councilor LeBlanc has basically drawn a line in the sand that if we don't have this, that he's not approving anything to move forward. That puts the rest of us in a really bad spot too, because I think do we need to say that out loud? Like, do I need to say that out loud now that he said that out loud? Now that my counselors to the right have said that they're very disappointed. Do I need to say that? I don't know what we need to do here, but how do we come up with some solutions here? Because I agree. We need to aggressively move forward on the school bond project. And if that means we need to come up with creative solutions. So for example, as part of ARPA funding, do we need to hire some day, what are they called? Day temps to come in to help for the next 6 weeks. And we need to seriously consider hiring 5 of them so that, or whatever the number is. Like, I am willing to talk about solutions here to get the council the information that we need to move forward. So is that something that you can think about and come back to the councilors for next week?
We'll discuss it and come back with any options we can come up with.
Okay, because I also want to be very transparent with the rest of the school building committee that I know President Dixon, you're working very closely with here. We all sat up here and made a commitment, and I don't want to show up on September 7th and say we're not going to agree to anything because we don't have financials. So I think that also means this council needs to think, if we don't have the ability to look at the month-to-month financials and make that decision based off of ARPA funding, are we ready to make that, off of general fund? Are we ready to make that decision off of ARPA funding? Because if we miss that deadline and we don't get the funding, then we lose everything, right?
I mean, we have that fallback position in the fall, but it just...
Yep. The guarantee of 70%, if we do the right kind of projects, might be lost. The push is to develop a project that meets criteria that will get us 70%. That's the push for February. But if you're not going to worry about the guarantee of 70%, or the project that is presented by the design team does not meet your needs, et cetera, then so be it. So Mr. Marchand said that he would look for other possible ways to get this data out. Okay. So we'll keep on working on it. So we're back to the motion. May I have a motion to authorize the town manager to issue an RFP at no cost for a consultant for the necessity of school construction project?
I make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Since we're not spending money, yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. G1, resolution appointing Leonard Doeg to the Zoning Board of Review as an alternate member, term expiring May 31st, 2023. Reference page is 79. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Doeg was interviewed a few weeks ago. Roll call. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes, 5 yeas, no nays.
Can I say something quickly?
Oh, yes.
Just because it's based on the zoning board, I will say, if we could have some sort of meeting, doesn't need to be in September. I need to learn more about how our zoning and planning boards work and how the council gets to interact with them, because the majority of the issues that come to me as a council member are because we gave someone some sort of exception to a rule and allowed them to be in what's basically a residential neighborhood. If we're going to have people be allowed to do things that don't conform with the town's zoning, I would like that to come before us. I mean, some of the things that come before us are downright foolish, but we don't get to know if a business is going to be going into an area or a development is going to get built. So I really need to know how these boards work, how they work with the council, and any changes we might be allowed to make. Because as a council member, the lack of say this group has in what gets built and where in the town of Coventry is almost amazing to me.
Okay, why don't we plan to have an agenda in which Mr. Durfee, who is our new Director of Planning and Development, comes and begins the discussion with us. Does that make sense?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we will do that. Agenda item G2, resolution by the Coventry Town Council that the town sewer facility planning project be added to the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Office of Water Resources project priority list, reference pages 80. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion. Is there any discussion on that? Reference pages 80.
I'll make a comment.
Yes.
To my knowledge, this just allows us an additional funding source if we want to utilize it.
Correct.
By adding it to this list.
Oh, good. That answers my question. And I think with ARPA proposals coming in, it makes sense to be on this list.
Okay. Vice President Ludwig, a roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next, discussion and or action. This is G3 to approve the payment of $1,312,303 from the town fund balance to the Coventry School Department in partial resolution of the due to, due from balance from FY 2021 audit resolution. This is reference pages 81. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion, Ms. Ludwig.
Just to give the public a little background and our fellow counselors. Councilor LeBlanc and I had asked to be part of the Auditor General sessions on the 2021 audit closeout. We started joining those sessions, I believe it was June 20th. And there's been several sessions since then. And specifically in the session held approximately 10 days ago, there was a discrepancy that was highlighted in the amount from the due to, due from balance between the school and the municipal side directors. And we made a commitment in that meeting to the Auditor General that we would get a small group together, review what those differences were, come to some sort of agreement and figure out how to move forward. The group did meet last week. We found an initial amount that was due to the school from the town's general fund. There was an agreement from all parties involved. And just to give people an idea of who was at the meeting, we had myself, Councilor LeBlanc, we had the school side finance director, so Mr. Sands. We had Krista Verna from the deputy side. We had Lisa Mills, the director of finance on the municipal side. Town manager Marchant was there, Superintendent Levis, Kathy Patnode, the chairperson from the school committee, and James Pearson, another school committee member. And we all went around and agreed to the initial amount. It was documented. The information was provided to everyone at the meeting. And that is where this specific number comes from. It was an initial amount that was agreed between both parties, between municipal and school side. The group also agreed that the finance professionals, so the municipal and the school side finance professionals would get back together today and also any subsequent meetings if needed to hammer out and finalize what the balance was, an agreed balance on the due to, due from. And I believe we'll have more information on that later this week when we send out the summary. But this amount is the initial amount agreed. So there could be additional funds. This was just the initial amount that that was documented, agreed, communicated, and both sides agreed on. Thank you.
Mrs. Lima?
Can I ask why it took until now for this to be this agreement to be reached, understanding that this has been an issue for, I think, a year now, and why it took this long? And if I could get some color from the discussion onto why it just took until now to reach this agreement.
I can clarify that.
If you wouldn't mind, I want to take what you just said and have you add one more thing. I feel as if once the group got together, it got completed in just a couple weeks. And that's a point I want people to think on.
So as Vice President Ludwig stated, we've been joining these meetings since June. This last meeting that occurred about 10 days ago, essentially kept on hearing the exact same thing that they're working on. And it was really on this due to, due from issue. The town and the school couldn't agree. So I had made the suggestion on the call that we have this meeting, and Vice President Ludwig agreed. And also the Auditor General said, yes, please have this meeting. So we all got in a room. We discussed it. One thing that I was shocked to hear was in that meeting, I asked, has the town finance department and the school finance department met to discuss this balance? And the answer was no. So this goes back to the June 30th of 2021 audit. So there's been months, almost, actually, it's been over a year that they could have met, and they have not. But because of this meeting, we agreed to this 1.3 million as a, preliminary agreement of more funds to come, so that we could get the 21 audit issued. And then secondly, we requested during that meeting that meeting with the town finance department and the school occur. And that actually happened, I believe yesterday or today. And based off of an email that I had seen, it appears as though an amount has been agreed to. So we will be sending more money eventually. One thing I do want to clarify though, you can't really tell from the agenda item, but that 1.3 will not be provided until October 3rd, which is in the resolution. I understand that, but it's just not on the agenda item. Just wanted to call that out. And the reason why is we need tax revenue to come in to be able to make that payment. And again, this goes back to my point from before. I just want to see financial information of where we stand. I think that answers all that question.
So that's wild to me that we're told as counselors to step back and let staff do their work, but we couldn't reach a resolution on this over a year-long issue until council and school committee members stepped in to give what I believe is a simple directive to get together and meet on the issue from both sides. That's what I'm hearing.
Well,
you heard it correct.
Well, it's not correct to say that there have not been meetings. I mean, every single council person has been over to talk to members of the finance department at the school. These are long-term issues, and there's been problems in reconciling it because of the way accounting was done for many years. So, why wasn't it done sooner? Because there was an agreement as to what the numbers actually represented and how the accounting was done. But there have been efforts over at least a couple of years to try to resolve this.
My comment was the town finance department and the school finance department people did not meet in all of those months. That's not appropriate in my opinion.
I thought that they had, I think
So
they did
about this
I would
specific.
qualify, and I don't want to be argumentative or anything, but I want to put a perspective that and an understanding that these conversations did start face to face between the superintendent and I and the to finance directors in October of 21. We had that conversation, and those conversations did not go very well because when we asked for information and documentation, it got more antagonistic than helpful. And when we moved into the full swing of the audit after the conclusion of the school bond discussions, a lot of this information was not available until recently. There have been months and months of work put in 70, 80 hours a week by the finance director and then by the new assistant finance director who is also putting in 60 and 70 hours a week to get caught up on 21. And we were not going to meet with the school counterparts without the work getting done and knowing what we were talking about. And there were other much higher priorities that precluded us from having the specific information on the due to, due from before we recently met. And we were fortunate that enough work had been done that we were able to pull a lot of that information together in preparation for that meeting. But I will say that it's to the credit of Councillor LeBlanc and Councillor Ludwig that they saw the bigger picture, that they wanted to find a resolution, and that we had agreed to stipulate to the 2020 audit as the starting point, and that we were not going to look back any further, that we're going to clean this up and let bygones be bygones in order to come to a conclusion.
One point of clarification. I met with Chris DeVerna and Sarah Mandarelli in January of 2022. And this number in the agenda item is in an email that I saw at that meeting. Just wanted to clarify.
That's true. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Ludwig.
I just want to clarify. There's documentation surrounding the numbers we're looking at, emails that can be forwarded, communications between previous finance directors, monetary movements to banks that we have and asked to be verified. So I just want to be careful here. This is not let bygones be bygones. This is documented numbers based on audit numbers and the communication trail that has been documented. So I don't want anyone thinking that we're making numbers up here. There's an audit trail that has led us to the agreement of moving this money.
There just wasn't an agreement as to what was on that audit trail, but I understand what you're saying. There have been many efforts for many months to try to resolve this issue. And at one point, the audit wasn't even started because there wasn't an agreement as to this amount of money. But fortunately, with the help of a couple council people who stepped in recently, we've got a resolution, at least a partial resolution, and we're going to move forward. So now we have to vote on this. Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. G4, Coventry Sewer Subcommittee recommendation for approval of commercial sewer connection at 55B Sandy Bottom Road, Plat 46, Lot 39, reference pages 82 to 94. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Comments, Mr. Marchant?
This sewer connection was reviewed by the sewer subcommittee and forwarded with a positive recommendation that meets the requirements of the sewer ordinance, and staff recommends it as well.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay.
I just want to call out that this property has previously paid a sewer assessment. They are getting charged a betterment fee of around $12,000.
Okay,
for this.
Thank you for that information. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Very quickly, President Dixon updates. We have openings on the following boards and commissions: Tax Assessment Board of Review for District 2, Patuxent River Authority, Sewer Assessment Board of Review, Sewer Subcommittee, Economic Development Commission, and the School Building Committee. So we have applications available. Please submit applications as soon as possible, and we will start interviewing as soon as we receive applications. Debrief on the Town of Coventry budget vote for FY 22-23. I'd just like to say thank you for the support the Coventry Public Schools and the town administration and town council gave to get out the vote. An extraordinary effort took place. There was a project plan. It was implemented even beyond anyone's expectations, and we were able to get the budget approved. So we're very grateful for that. Public comment, aye. Is there anyone who would, in the audience who would like to speak? Please raise your hand and be recognized. Is there anyone here who would like to make a comment? Is there anyone on chat who would like to make a comment? Okay, there's no comment. We need to go into executive session. Do we still have time to do this?
I believe that we should.
Council.
Yeah.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second at 10?
I'll make a motion.
43.
Second.
Purpose is closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246582, session pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to discuss the status of Coventry Meadows and others versus Central Coventry Fire District and the town of Coventry as an interested party relative to litigation concerning Title 45, Chapter 25, Section 15, and 1963 pilot agreement regarding low-income public housing projects with legal counsel, and closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246552 work session pertaining to collective bargaining agreement between the town of Coventry and the International Brotherhood of Police Officers, Local 306, reference pages 95 to 126. Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We'll now go into executive session at 10:44. Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn from the executive session at 12:09 a.m.?
Motion.
May I have a
Second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Do we need to recap what was
Yes.
discussed, Dan, or no?
We're good.
No. We're good.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I don't want to have any open meetings violations.
I went down the bottom. I have to back up. To the public, the council met in executive session for the following. Close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, session pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to discuss the status of Coventry Meadows and others versus Central Coventry Fire District in the town of Coventry as an interested party relative to litigation concerning Title 45, Chapter 25, Section 15, and the 1963 pilot agreement regarding low-income public housing projects with legal counsel. A discussion took place, no votes were taken, and closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4244652. Work session pertaining to collective bargaining agreement between the town of Coventry and the International Brotherhood of Police Officers Local 306. A discussion took place, no votes were taken. Now, may I have a motion to adjourn from executive session?
You already got motion second. We can go to a vote.
Yes. I have a motion, we have a second. Roll call. We've got through Ms. Ludwig, Mr. Shockley, Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
6 and 5 yeas, no nays. Okay. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make the motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Vice President Ludwig.
Sealing minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Shockley.
Yes.
LeBlanc.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Adjournment, may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting at 12:10
So moved.
p.m. Thank you.
Second.
Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mr. Shockley.
Yes.
Blank.
Yes.
Lima.
Yes.
6 and 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. The motion is adjourned. Meeting is adjourned.